Hello everyone, welcome to this course. My name is Enoch and I'll be your instructor for today. Now, this is a course about WordPress and I'm going to be showing you how to build very beautiful and functional websites either for yourself or your clients without ever needing to write a single line of code. And my goal for this tutorial is to provide you with a very clear step-by-step guide showing you the ins and outs of WordPress and how it works. So by the end of this course, you should feel really comfortable building almost any type of website. However difficult the layout is, you should be able to build virtually any type of website. So I've been using WordPress for some time now, and I believe it's one of the best solutions out there for building almost any type of website today. So the software itself, the WordPress software, is completely free and it has a wide range of free plugins and free themes that you can use. And the best thing about it is that it does not require a lot of technical knowledge to get started. There is a saying that commonly goes on the internet that if you can use a computer, probably you can use a WordPress website. But WordPress powers more than 40% of all the sites you see on the internet. And just to give you some examples of those popular websites, you can look at websites for companies like TechCrunch, the Wall Street Journal, Forbes, Mercedes-Benz, Coca-Cola, Usain Bolt, Katy Perry, Snoop Dogg, Sony Music, Walt Disney, you have Rolling Stones, MTV News. All those websites are built on WordPress. Yeah, that's how good it is. So whether you're just getting started and you're building your first website, or you've been using WordPress for a lot of years, I tend to believe that WordPress is one of the most friendly content management systems. But for this course, we're gonna start off with absolute basics only. So I'm gonna show you give you a feel of how everything works with WordPress, how to manage your posts, very basic stuff. Then you're gonna walk through to the advanced stuff. So whether you're getting ready to build your first website or your first project, or you've been doing or using WordPress for a couple of years, I feel that WordPress is still user-friendly for all levels of experience. However, for this course, we are going to start off with the absolute basics and basically show you a feel of how everything works. Then I'm going to walk you through step by step of how to build your first website. You will see exactly how you're going to customize the appearance, the colors, the buttons, and we shall tackle more advanced stuff, and I believe you benefit a lot by the end of this course. So whether you want to build just a simple blog or an e-commerce store with hundreds of products, you're going to learn everything you need to know in this course. And once you've mastered the basics of WordPress, I've showed you how to use different plugins, then you're going to do a simple project, which is going to be an e-commerce store. You're going to create everything from scratch, and you can follow along if you want. And this video, right under it, there are timestamps, so you can move forward in the tutorial, you can move back in case you don't understand any parts. Okay, so when it comes to costs, WordPress itself is free, but there are expenses involved in creating a WordPress website and getting it online. There are two expenses that are unavoidable. One is a domain name and two is web hosting. So a domain name is your website's unique address, for example google.com, wordpress.org, youtube.com. So you will need to register a domain name for your business or company, and these usually range from $7 to $20 per year depending on your extension. So you have .net, .com, .co, .uk, .biz, so many domain extension. Then website hosting or web hosting is where your website files live. It's where your data lives, your databases, your images, your audio files, and your video files. So when you sign up for a web hosting service, you're basically renting a piece of a server where your website gets to live. Okay, and the most basic hosting, I think, ranges from 3, 4, 5, 6 up to like $10 a month. But I'm gonna show you how to set up the hosting either on your local machine or by renting space on service providers that deal in web hosting. So now, if you want to build a live website that people can visit, you're gonna need to set up web hosting. But if you're just trying to learn WordPress just to develop your skills for any future projects, you can install WordPress locally on your computer. In this way, you can practice without spending any money on hosting or domain name. But the website won't be accessible to the public, but I'll show you how you can share a link with your friends or your team so that they can view your progress or projects that you've been working on. And both options are easy and straightforward to set up, okay? And I'm gonna cover both of them, but you only need to follow one option, okay? So if you want to build a live website, follow the web hosting process. If you're just experimenting and you just want to practice on your computer, then follow the instructions for the local installation process. And once we finish up, you're all gonna be on the same page here. And if you're doing the local installation, I'll also show you how you can actually migrate your website from your PC onto your web hosting so that it can be viewed by the public. Now, I don't want you to be intimidated if you're a beginner, because you're gonna walk through this entire course step by step together. We're gonna cover every step. I'm not gonna skip anything that is important with WordPress. So all you have to do now is to decide whether you want to actually install WordPress on a web host, which I would recommend, yeah, or you want to install it locally on your computer. Then we can get started. So enough about the introduction of the course, and now let's get started. So now, first I'm going to show you how to set up WordPress on your computer. And with this option, you don't need to pay for anything. You'll be able to follow along every step of this tutorial and create live WordPress websites. But the only drawback is that those websites will be only visible to you. And maybe I'm going to show you a way where you can share a link to your friends or teams or colleagues so that they can also view your projects, okay? Then the other option is where we use web hosting and a domain name, and you're gonna be buying that, yeah, so it costs you a couple of dollars, okay? But now let's first set up the WordPress local installation, then after we'll deal with the web hosting. So now I want you to come over here to google.com and search for local WP. And once you've searched for local WP, this first link right here that has local WP, I want you to click and open it up. And we are gonna download this software. This is basically, it's gonna create like a server environment on your PC where WordPress can actually run, okay? So we're gonna hit click download and select the type of platform that you're using. If you're using Mac, the M1 MacBooks or Windows, so I'll select Windows. And once I'm done, I can insert some of my contact information right here. And once everything is done, I'll click on get it now. So immediately the download will start and I can click save. So once the download is done, locate your file from the downloads folder and double click on it like that. Then you can start this installation process. So I'll select only me and click next. I'll choose where the destination folder can be. Then I'll click install and it will start installing. And once everything is done, just check this run local and click on finish. So the software is gonna open up and you might require to set up a few things. So when you're inside this software, for you to create a website, it's really easy. All you have to do, you have to click on this plus button right here and click add local. So it's gonna request you to create a new site or create from a blueprint, but we are gonna select create new site since this is our first website. We don't have a blueprint. Then you're gonna click on continue. So we are gonna select the name of the website. Maybe we're gonna call it, if it's a store, this guys is just a dummy name, so we can call it Cresta. And when you look at the advanced options, we don't need to change anything right here. Then click on continue. So choose environment, make sure it's by default preferred, then click on continue. Then you're gonna set a username. Okay, so let's say my username is Enock and my WordPress password, I'll set a WordPress password. For example, let me type in something, hopefully I will remember it. Then I also set the WordPress email to my email, so maybe I'll type that in. All right, so you guys ought to remember your username because you will need it when you're trying to log in into your website. Then also remember your password and also remember the email that you used. So under advanced options, we do not need to change anything right here. So let's click on add site. And then right now the software is gonna start creating the WordPress website with all the necessary files that we are gonna need for us to start running WordPress. So now once the setup is done, you have two options: either to open the site by clicking on open site right here, and what's gonna happen, it's gonna open up the website in a new window or in a new tab like this. So by default, every default WordPress installation, when you first install WordPress, it's gonna give you some dummy content that looks like this. Okay, everyone has this on their website the very first time they install WordPress onto their servers. Okay, so this is how it looks. However, for you to log into the back end, you could do one or two things. Okay, on this address right here, you can put a slash. Okay, then you can type WP, and that means WordPress. Then you put a hyphen and type admin. Okay, and you can click on enter. And what this is gonna do, it's gonna redirect you to this page where you have to log into the back end of your WordPress website. So we can insert our email that we use to create this website, then also type in the password that we use to create this website during the installation process. So I'm gonna click login and I'll be redirected or logged into my WordPress dashboard. So if this was too complex for you, one other way to log in, I'll close this and go back to the local software. One other way to do that is you can click on WP admin still, then it will open up this window right here, whereby you wouldn't even need to sign in with your email and password. So every time I open this window, then a new tab will always open up like this. where it will redirect me directly into my dashboard. Okay, so now you do not need right now to necessarily change any of this information right here. Okay, yeah, the settings, the default settings right here are good enough. Okay, so now this is what you call a WordPress dashboard. Okay, so this is the back end where you manage your sites, add images, create posts, and I'm going to show you that in a bit. But first I need to show you how to also use the web hosting option, whereby you buy a domain name, you get hosting, and put them on a web hosting server. Then everyone on the internet can access your website. Okay, so before that, let me show you, I promised you how you can share this link with your friends. I mean the link of your local WP website, so that everyone that you share with the link can actually view your website. Okay, so at the bottom right here, okay, you have what is called live link. Yeah, so for it to be enabled, you need to be logged in. Okay, so when I click, you are not, it's saying that you're not logged into your local account, so click login, and this browser window right here will open. So I'm not sure whether I had created an account before with this local WP website where we downloaded the software. So I'm going to try and log in, and I'm going to click login one more time. All right, so now I'm logged in, and once I come right here, this live link should be now enabled. So I can click on enable, and it's gonna create something called a tunnel. Okay, and once I click on this, I can share, for example, this link with my friends, but they will need the username and the password. Okay, so maybe let me create a username by clicking on edit details. So the username, for example, can be something different, and the password can also be something different. So to make changes to the username and password, you can turn this live link off first. Then what you're gonna do is you'll be able to now change this username. For example, it can be user1. In the password, maybe you can say admin123, something like that. I'll type admin, and once I'm done, I'll click save changes. Then I'll enable live link. Okay, so once this live link is saved and turned on, you can copy this link and share it with your friends or on email or something. So once someone comes, for example, if we go to the incognito mode, okay, and type in this link that has just been shared with us, so right now they will need to access it via, they will need to sign in for them to access the website. So usually they have to type in the username that you created. Make sure you share it with them. Yeah, then the password that was admin123, hopefully. Then click sign in, and they'll be able to view your website. Okay, so they will be able to view your website for as long as your PC or computer where your website is being stored, for example, your local PC or your local computer is online. So as long as you're online, everyone with this link that you shared it with will be able to view and access your website. Okay, so let's close out of this, and I'll show you guys how to set up web hosting. Okay, so we're going to use a service called Hostinger, and there are so many other options on the market. Okay, so when you take a look, for example, if you're looking for hosting and you look for best web hosting, Okay, and you scroll down right here. I'll leave this sponsored post. Then maybe we take a look at Forbes, what they're saying. And if we scroll down right here, you'll find that the featured partners they're featuring, you have Bluehost, you have HostGator, Web.com, but these are some of the other services that they are talking about. Yeah, so you have TMD, you have Hostwinds, InMotion Hosting, Dream Hosting, Blue Hosting. So there are a bunch of hosting providers available on the internet. Okay, and one of the best that I've had the best experience with, because I've used a number of them, is called Hosting. Okay, so when you search for Hosting, sort of like this, yeah, you'll be able to access their website. However, in the description of this video, I've linked an affiliate link that will enable you get a discount on your first purchase of web hosting. Okay, so the video description has a link that you can actually use to save almost 80% off on your first order. So you can use that link and that will be able to support the channel. So let's move on. So when you're at Hosting, you can actually click the login button to sign up, and you can use your Google account for you to create an account with Hosting. So I'm going to select one of these, and once I'm logged in, I'm going to go under Hosting, and I take a look at the different plans that they have. So you have the premium web hosting and 2 other packages. Okay, so you can take a minute and look through all these packages, the different features that you might need. Okay, but I find that the sweet spot is always with the premium web hosting, the middle option. Okay, so now you can select 48 months, 24 months, 12 months, or even 1 month in case you're just testing out things. Okay, but since it's a demo tutorial, I'll select the 1 month option, and what I'll do, I'll scroll down and click choose payment method. Then I'll add my Visa card information, and I'll pay for this web hosting. Simple as that. So my details are added. So I'm going to click pay now, and I'll proceed to set up my hosting after I've paid. So right under here, under premium web hosting, you're going to click on setup. And once you've clicked setup, you're going to get redirected to this setup process right here. So let me walk you through. So click setup. We're creating the website for. I'm creating the website for myself. Okay, who's creating the website? I'll be creating myself. And type of website, it's gonna be for a business. Then do you need help? Since this is my first website, I'll say yes. And instead of migrating, I'll click create new website, since this is our very first website. So I'll click select, and over on the right I'll select WordPress. This is the WordPress tutorial. Then I'll click select WordPress. So now guys, remember to always remember these details right here. So use an email that works, yeah, and you can remember. Also set a password that you can remember, because you're gonna need these when we are logging into our WordPress dashboard. Okay, so once you're done and click continue, you may need to deactivate all these plugins. You don't really need them for now. Okay, and what you can do is that you can click continue after checking everything. Then what look would you prefer? Basically you can select any of these, it doesn't matter, but I'll just select the first one. Then we have to buy a domain name. Okay, so let's click on buy a domain name. So I'll click select, then below that I'll type in my business name. So you guys can type in your own name or the website that you want to buy for a domain name. Okay, so yeah, I'll type in Cresta something something, then I'll click search. So you'll be able to view a number of domain name extensions that are available. So there are so many domain name extensions. You have .shop, .org, .store, .xyz, .net, and you can click on more extensions to view actually more extensions that you can buy from. So .i or .icu, so .ai, depending on whatever you want. I believe you'd find something usable. So for this tutorial, let me see, I'll select .cloud. I'll buy that. Okay, then I'm gonna register it for only 1 year. I'll click, my payment options are already set, so I'll click complete payment, and once it's done, should do say payment successful, and click on next step. I'll fill in some information about myself right here, nothing too big. Then I'll click next. So right here I'll say some information about my website, so I'll click finish setup, and it's gonna take a couple of seconds, you know, to install WordPress and set up everything that I need. And once it's done, I can click on edit website, and then once I click on edit website, I'm gonna redirect it back into my WordPress dashboard. Okay, and as I've showed you, to log into WordPress, all you need to is to add a slash and wp admin at the end of your domain name, and you get redirected to this login page. So you can insert the email that you used to create during the setup process of the website, yeah, and the password that you created for your WordPress website that we just did a couple of minutes ago. Then you can actually log into your WordPress dashboard. Simple as that. So now in the dashboard section, and we're gonna get started. The very first thing that I like to do is to clean up the WordPress dashboard. Okay, so right under here, under screen options, I will uncheck all these. Okay, and this page, dashboard page, will be blank. Okay, so let's start with the WordPress dashboard tool. So right now you have the home and the updates section. So there are no updates right now, but in case any of your plugins or themes need updates, as we will see in the future, you'll be able to find the updates right here. So you'll find that most times you'll be creating blog posts. Okay, now a blog post is basically an article. Okay, now by default WordPress has this article called Hello World. So if you right click on view and open it in a new tab, you'll be able to see that this is the Hello World blog post. Okay, now it's very short and very basic, but I will show you how to create more advanced blog posts better than this. So you'll be able to add a new post, and you'll be able to categorize new posts. For example, if you're writing about, let's say, digital marketing and it's a website you're having, you'd be able to categorize maybe blog posts in SEO, in website design, maybe in lead generation. So you can create categories and store them under here. It's the same thing that applies to tags. Okay, so tags are more like categories, but they're more used to understand how these websites and the categories of posts are related. So under media, right here, you have what we call media library. So right here is where you can actually add any images or videos that you're gonna be using on your website. So we can click on add new media file, we can drag and drop files, or we can click select files, and we'll be able to upload any file that we would wish to use on our website. For example, if I want to use such an image on my website, I'll select it, click open, then this file will get uploaded onto or into my media library. Okay, simple as that. So under pages, you would find that you need to create, for example, the home page, the contact us page, the about us page, the FAQ page. This is a section where you create these pages. Now you realize the difference between pages and blog posts is that one, actually pages do not have categories, they're just web pages. Okay, so we'll spend some time here showing you how to create the home pages, FAQ pages, and all that nice stuff. Okay, so every time someone leaves a comment, for example, on your blog post, so we have a blog post called Hello World. If we preview it in a new tab and someone comes and reads our blog post, they can leave a reply to our comment. For example, they can say, I like this blog post, okay, something like this. And when I click on post comment, okay, right now, because I'm the admin, it will get automatically approved. But if you're not an admin or it's a new visitor and they have commented on your website, once I come to comments, you'll be able to view oh, someone left a comment on a certain blog post, and the blog post name is Hello World, and it was submitted on this date. Okay, so you can unapprove or approve it to get removed or added onto this section right here. So every time someone comments on your website, you're gonna be able to view the comments under the comment section. So under appearance is where you manage what we call themes, but you're gonna talk about themes later on in the tutorial. Yeah, so for now we're gonna skip that part, then we come under plugins. So if you used Hostinger, you will find that you have a bunch of plugins that are installed by default. Okay, now we're going to talk more about plugins, but plugins are basically pieces of code or software that you add to your website to add some extra functionality. For example, if you need to create an e-commerce website, as you're going to create in this tutorial, we're going to need an e-commerce plugin that's going to enable us to create and manage products and manage orders. Okay, so now let's uncheck all these. Or sorry, check them and click deactivate and click on apply. Okay, so we don't need any of them right now, and we are gonna select them again, click delete and remove them from our website. So that's how you delete a plugin or deactivate it. So under users, sometimes when your website grows, you may need a team of people to help you manage your website. For example, publish content, edit pages, respond to customer comments or visitor comments. Yeah, stuff like that. Okay, so you may need to actually add users to your website. Okay, so under users, you can click on a new user, for example, and create new user accounts for all the people that you want to access your website. Okay, so if we have a name, for example, we can create a username like Tim Jones. Okay, then you can insert, for example, their email. Yeah, for example, online Enock. I'll use this email right here. Then you can add their first name, for example, if the name is Tim, and their last name, for example, Jones. The website is not needed, but you can create a password for them. Okay, so you can create a password, for example, a simple one that is easy to understand. Yeah, whatever you would need. Okay, then make sure you add some digits and symbols to make it sort of more secure. Okay, and once this is done, make sure this is checked. So you send them a new user email about their account. Then here's the important part. So once someone signs up as a subscriber, they can only read blog posts and have an account on your website, and that's all they can do. Then the contributor, author, they can probably respond to comments, and the editor will be able to create a new blog posts, delete pages, move things around in the website, then you also have an administrator who can actually have so much control over the website. Okay, so if you're hiring a developer maybe to help you with some work designing your website and implement a few things here and there, you're probably better off setting them as an administrator. After filling these all in, then you can click add new user. Okay, so I'm not gonna create any user right now, because once I create it with all these emails and everything and this password, you guys can easily log into my website, and I don't want that. So under profile, so I'll click leave. For every logged in user, they'll be able to manipulate a few things, for example the theme of their WordPress dashboard. Yeah, if you're interested in that, you can do that, but I'll keep it at default. All right, so under tools, you have a few things where you can monitor your site health, import comments and some feeds, export them, export personal data, the theme file editor. I usually never ever mess with this section. Yeah, so we'll take a look at it later. So under settings for your website, you have the general settings. So right here you have your site title. This is your name. Yeah, maybe if it's a store, you can call it Cresta Store, and you'd say maybe the best clothes in town, best streetwear. It can be something as nice as that, best streetwear in town, something like that. So this can be your tagline. Yeah, so and you can actually add a site icon right here. If we go to a website, for example youtube.com, okay, you'll notice that at the header right here they have an icon. Okay, so to add something similar, what you need to do is to come back to your settings, and when you click site icon, you can actually upload a smaller version of your logo. Yeah, if I'm to go to, let me check my desktop, I could have a logo. Yeah, nice. So I upload that and click set icon. Okay, and this will get, once I click save, scroll down and click save changes, you will notice that it's displaying right here in the tab that is open. Okay, so besides that, you don't need to change your site WordPress URL and site URL. You can change your admin email address if you need to, so anyone can register on your website. You can check that or uncheck that. Yeah, then you can play around with the date formats depending on what date you want to work with, the time format, and when the week starts. However, we haven't looked at the site language, so some of you are not so familiar with English. Probably you want your site to be displayed, your dashboard to be displayed in a different language. You can select any of these languages that you find suitable. So under rating, there are a couple of settings that I never sort of mess with. Yeah, under reading, still the blog post can show these. We shall understand them later as we move on. Yeah, the discussion sections, who is allowed to comment where, approval, users must be registered to leave comments, you know, stuff like that. You can spend some time looking through these. Yeah, but for now, I want to configure one thing. It is in permalinks. Okay, so make sure permalink is set to post name. Yeah, if it's not, just make sure it is. It's a best SEO kind of permalink. Okay, so let's click save changes, and we are done with the WordPress dashboard tour. So now, one of the most common things that you will ever find yourself doing every time you set up a WordPress website is that you find yourself installing a theme first. Okay, so when you go to appearance and come to themes, you would find that by default you have 3 different themes, but these are very basic. Okay, so if we take a look at how our website looks, this is controlled by the theme, actually the layout. Okay, so one thing that you always do is that you'll always click on add a new theme, Yeah. So now there's an option for uploading a theme. Okay. Then there's another option of selecting some of these popular themes. So if we install, for example, Astra, this theme right here, and we click on activate, okay, then what you will see is that when we refresh this page right here, a few things change. The background has changed, this has also changed, the head has also changed. Yeah, so there are more customizer settings. Once you click on customize right here, then I'm going to take you through. Okay, so but I wanted to discuss with you the importance of a theme, okay, because not every theme would be suitable for every project that you'd be working on. Okay, so when you come to a new theme, yeah, as you will see is that you'd have some of these popular ones. So you've selected Astra. Yeah, it's one of the best WordPress themes, that's why it ranks on top right here. But there are a lot of different themes. For example, if you come here to filter, okay, in case you're looking for an Ecommerce theme, you can select Ecommerce. Yeah, and once you're done, you can click apply filter. So right now you're gonna be able to view themes that are specifically built for e-commerce. Okay, so there are a bunch of them right here, and you can select any of them and try them out. Okay, but I'll be giving you a list or some of the best themes that you can actually use. Okay, so you can click edit filters once again. Now let's say you're looking for a theme that's for a blog. Okay, you can select blog and click on apply filters. Now you'd see some of these themes still showing up as the top ranking themes, but from experience I have found out that there are some themes that we always refer to as multi-purpose themes. Yeah, so the theme we installed, if we go back to themes, Astra right here is one of the best multi-purpose themes, and I'm going to show you another. For example, there is one called Ocean WP. Okay, Ocean WP is, I can't seem to find it. Let me search for it again. It's called Ocean WP. I don't think we need to space it. Still, it's misbehaving. Let's do it one more time. Ocean WP without pressing the enter, and it's right here. So we can install this and probably activate it. Okay, so this is how Astra was looking, but if we reload and we take a look, basically it's changing a few things, but all this is customizable. Okay, so now let's go back to our dashboard and appearance under themes and just activate Astra, because you're going to be working with Astra most of the time. Okay, so now what you can do is that you can click on the rest of these themes. For example, I can click on this and click delete, and the reason why we are deleting them is that sometimes when you have so many themes on your website, it tends to slow down the website somehow. So it's better to have only one or two themes on your website. Yeah, and at most times you'll find that you can only have one active theme on the website. Okay, so let's click delete. So right now we only have the Astra theme. Okay, now what I actually need to do is to first create a page so that you guys get the hang of what actually a theme can do. Okay, so when we go to pages and we click on add new, and do not mind if you find this somehow overwhelming. So let's say we wanted to create an about us page, okay, or a home page. So now we can say home. Okay, then we can click publish and publish. Okay, So once we have published it, we can actually view page, and this is how it's looking. Okay, then let's go back, and we go back one more time, and we come to pages once again and click on a new page. And the page maybe we want to create right now, let's say, is the about us page. Then we can click publish and click publish once again. And right now, let's say we want to create one more blank page. We can click on a new page. Then what we can do is that maybe we can call this the FAQ page. Okay, then we can click publish and publish one more time. Okay, so now we can click on this icon right here for our website and to redirect us back to the pages. So as we can see, we have the about us, the FAQ, and the home page. So you can open these up and preview them in the new tab. Okay, and this is how it's looking. Okay, not the best. However, what we can do, for example, if we view this home page, we can actually add some content to it. So we can click on edit page right here, and it would strictly jump into our editor right here. Then we can click on this plus icon and click, for example, we want to add an image. Okay, and instead of uploading the image, remember in the media library I showed you how to add some photos, and we have a photo right there. So we can click on media library, click on this image right here, and click on select. Yeah, then maybe below it or above it we can add something. For example, let's say click on this plus icon and click on heading, and maybe I'll say this is my home page, and I'll click save. Okay, so after it's done saving, I can click on view page. Okay, and this is how our home page is gonna be looking. Okay, so when we click on Cresta right here, it's gonna redirect us to our blog page. Yeah, yet I want every time someone clicks on this right here, yeah, we get redirected to the home page. Okay, so if you're at the AQ page just saying, and someone clicks on this logo right here, it should take us to the home page, not to the blog section. So that's one important setting that you always have to look out for. So under settings, I think it should be under reading. You can change your home page from displaying your latest blog post to a static page, which is your home page. So once you click save and refresh this page, or click on this link right here, it's gonna be redirecting you to the home page. Okay, so right now you can maybe take a look at, for example, how you can add a logo here instead, and how you can remove this page title right here. So one of the things that we are gonna be using most in this course is the customizer. Okay, so every time you're at your home page, you'll have these options of edit page. You have the new page, so sorry, the new, where you can add post, upload media, or add a new page, or the customizer option. Okay, so we can click on the customizer option right here, and what's gonna happen is that you'll find that you have a lot of options right here. Okay, so once you take a look, for example, scroll down under site identity, you have an icon right here, but maybe you want to also change the site title and logo settings. You can click on it right here and it'll open up this page. Otherwise, you can jump out of this. Yeah, then since this is what's called the header, you can already see some pages that we created right here. Okay, so we can come to the header builder, click on the site title and logo, click on select logo, and click on upload files. So you can actually upload a logo. So the logo we are going to use is right here. So let's say you have a logo like that and you want to add it to your website. So I think I'll skip cropping. So realize now it has been added. And what you can do is that it feels that it's so big. Okay, so what we can do is actually reduce the logo width. Okay, then you have the site title right there. Okay, but in case you don't want the site title right here, you only want your logo, you can change the site title visibility. Okay, so from desktop you don't want to see it, from the tablet you want to see it, then from the mobile you still don't want to see it. And once you're done, never forget to publish your changes. Okay, so now once I click this X icon to exit, now this is how our website is looking for now. Okay, now that was just a demo of what you can actually do with the theme. Yeah, but you're gonna get a more comprehensive understanding of how everything works. Okay, so to get started, we need to understand the differences between pages and posts. I've showed you how to create a page and I've showed you how to create a post. Okay, so now to go back to your dashboard, it's really simple. You have to click on the name of your store, just like this. And if you want to view your home page, you just have to click it one more time. If you want to go back to the home page, you just have to click it one more time, like that. Okay, so now we've created pages, as you can see right here, but remember all of them are blank, and we've just thrown some dummy content onto this home page that looks rather very unprofessional. Okay, so now let's take a look at the posts. So when you come under posts, okay, right here, you find that we only have the hello world. So I don't need that in. So I'm gonna click select it, check it, and click move to trash and click apply. Okay, and once I'm done, I'm gonna click on add new post. And so now we need to understand actually what a blog post is. Okay, now a blog post is more of an article. Yeah, so for like any article, you would require to have a heading. Okay, so right now you can type in, for example, let's say we're writing about skincare. So let's say the ultimate guide to skincare. Yeah, and you can already say tips for healthy glowing skin, something like this. So this is your title. Okay, let's assume under it you just want to write maybe a short description of what you're going to be talking about. Okay, so to do that you would need to add what's called a paragraph. Okay, so simply do that by clicking on this plus icon right here and click on paragraph. Okay, so then you can start typing, but I'll just paste in some information right here. So the ultimate guide to skincare tips, then we talk about what the blog post is gonna be about. Okay, now let's say you want to add sort of like a heading, okay, just after this. Okay, so to do that you just have to click outside this title, sorry, this paragraph, and click on this plus icon and make this a heading. Okay, so first maybe you want to talk about, let's say, understanding the skin type, which is which is looking like this. And below it, still, let's say you want to add a paragraph of text. Yeah. So click outside the title. This plus icon will show up if you hover around it. Yeah. Then probably you can add another paragraph and paste in that text right there. So you can still do the same thing by clicking on the plus icon right here when you hover over these pages. Okay, click on the plus icon, and maybe you want to add another paragraph and you paste in some information like this. So I've pasted in some information, but I don't like the way it is looking, so I'll Ctrl Z to undo that, and maybe I'll say paste as plain text, and it will look sort of like this. Now let's say you want to number this. Yeah, so the easiest way to do that is to you select all these. Probably now it's being viewed as a paragraph. Yeah, but you can click on this and change it to a heading. You preview that, and you can change it to a list, maybe something like that. Okay, so it can be numbered or it can be dotted, depending on what you'd prefer. Okay, so to make something bold, all you have to do is to select it and click on bold, select it and click on bold, select this and click on bold, and anything that you don't want. So you just have to select part of that text and just make it bold. Now once that is done, maybe you want to add an image under it. Okay, or maybe you want to add an image above this text right here. So to do that, all you have to do is to click on this plus icon and click on add image. So now, so what you'll do is to go and maybe click upload, and under blog images, maybe you want to select that, and this is how it's going to look. So you can increase the height of the blog image, or you can make it as small as you want. Okay, so some people prefer to increase it to make it as big as that, and this is how it's looking. So when you take a look, for example, and once you select, for example, any widget, yeah, so this is called the paragraph widget, the title widget, the image widget, under blog, you'd be able to see a few extra settings. So you can actually crop. Let me get another clearer image. So in case you want to change this, because I feel it's blurry, you can click on replace. Then you can still upload another file. So I'll select that file and upload it, and that's how it will be looking. So now, as I was still explaining, that under blog right here, under settings, you will see that you can play around with the aspect ratio, for example, from the original to something square to something 9:16, which I really find good for blog posts, and that's how it's looking. Okay, so now we've added some paragraphs, we've added some images, we've added some lists. Now probably, let's say you want to add, let's say, a video. Yeah, so probably you can click, let's first add a heading. We can add something like maybe the best skincare routine. So you can go to YouTube, for example, and maybe you search for skincare routine, yeah, something like that. And probably if you've applied your, if you have uploaded your video onto YouTube or something, you can basically copy the link address of your video, and right under here we can click on plus. Now we can't see video right here, but we can actually search for it. So if you search for video like that, you get to see that there's this video option right here. So right now, if you select this, you can actually upload your own video onto your WordPress website, but I feel that that's a harder thing to do one easy thing to do that I always find is to use YouTube. Okay, so I will click on this icon right here, then I'll click delete to remove that, then I'll click plus again, I'll search for video, then scroll down and I'll find YouTube. Then from this link that we copied, we can actually come and paste it right here, then click on embed. Okay, and once it's embedded, it's gonna look like that. Then below it, you can actually add some text. So I'm gonna copy in a bunch of text. For example, let me just copy in something like this. Yeah, so it's just some dummy text, guys. Let me actually undo that. I'll just copy it as plain text. Sorry, I'll copy it as plain text. Yeah, then I'll just make this bold. Oh, we made a mistake and removed the gentleman in the video, so let's undo that. Then click paste as plain text and make sure this is bold, and click publish. So once we have published everything, okay, then what is gonna happen is we need to publish it actually one more time, and right click on view post, and we see how the blog post is looking. So right now we have the ultimate guide to skincare tips by my name, which is the author, okay, and the date right there, and this is how everything is looking. So we have added the base care routine, we've added a video right here, and yeah, that's how everything is looking now. And you have a section for leaving the comments. So basically that's how blog posts behave. Okay, so now what actually we need to do is that we need to go back, sorry, to the dashboard. So I'll close everything to the right. So once we come back to the blog post, you can see that we have a blog post right here, the one we created. And one thing we can do is that we can select it and probably we can add it to the trash if you're interested in that, or you can actually quick edit it. Okay, so now what we need to do is that we need to add some categories because this does not belong to any. So once we come to categories, we have the blog category by default. Yeah, so if you open this up, you see that we have one post, the ultimate guide to skincare. Okay, but then let's say we want to create a category called skincare. Yeah, then maybe we have another category called what can we call it? Maybe you're talking about fashion. Okay, maybe what else? Home living, maybe DIY. Yeah, so when you come back to all posts and you have this post right here, you can click on edit it one more time. So on the right hand side right here under categories, you'd be able to actually add this. For example, let's say it's under, you want to put it under fashion and skincare, you can do that. Then you can also create some tags. Okay, so maybe you can create tags for like skincare guides, press enter, and maybe skincare tips, yeah, and press enter. Then one more important thing that we haven't actually talked about is the use of a featured image, but let me show you why that is important. If we click on view post right here, everything displays well. Okay, but let's say we open up, we refresh this. Yeah, we have removed everything from the blog category. Yeah, so there is nothing here. But when you go back and we go to categories. Now we view the skincare category. Then we find that under skincare, we have this blog post right here. Okay. But now if we scroll up and click on edit post, then let's say we want to add a featured image right here. So we can upload, for example, let's use this as our featured image. Click on select featured image and click save and refresh this. Then you'll notice that we get an image every time we set our featured image. Okay, so the categories, the title, and the author name, and sort of the excerpt right here. So you might find that you will always need to create visual featured posts, featured images. So one tool that I always like to use is Canva. So if I'm to open up Canva right here, if I go to Canva and go to the Canva website right here, make sure you have an account and you're logged in. So one thing that you may want to do is to always create captivating thumbnails or featured images. So right here we can search for blog. Let's search for blog post and we see what they have, the templates. So now, as you can see, you have some featured images right here. So maybe if you find that you like a blog post, if you find that you like any of these templates, you can simply click on them. But if we search for, again, like let's say blog post featured image, and the reason why I'm searching for templates, I feel that it's a lot easier for beginners to start off by using templates until you get a hang of actually how things work. Okay, so now if I'm to look through all these and I find maybe something that I find that would work, for example, maybe we can select this and preview how it looks, then click on customize this template. So right now we are going to start off with an open canvas. Okay, so with this background you can actually go and I think elements. You can go under elements and maybe search for images related to skincare. So in case you have your own, you can always upload them here by using the upload section, but we can go under photos and maybe we need a skincare model. So maybe we can search for skincare model, and the icons that have pro right here, you need a pro Canva subscription to use them. But you'll be able to find some free ones. For example, if you have like this one, you can click on it to get added to the page. Then you can alternatively right click on it and click on replace background. Okay, so you can still click on it and flip it. Maybe should it be vertical or horizontal? Horizontal will do. Then you can change this text to our blog post. So our blog post was let's see, the ultimate guide to skincare. So we can edit that and say the ultimate guide, the ultimate guide to skincare, something like that. And you can reduce the font size either by using these arrows or using these fonts right here. So I can increase the spacing of these to make it look more unique. Then maybe you can say skincare tips, something like that, or you can automatically remove it. But once you're comfortable with making these changes, you can click on share, then click on download. You can download it as a JPEG to be a smaller file size, and that's totally fine. And once it's downloaded, you can open up where it was downloaded right here, and you can go back into your WordPress dashboard, and where there is edit post, you can click on replace, you can click on upload files, and this time around I think I'm just going to drag it and drop it in here. So once I have added that, I can click on select featured image and click save, and once it's saved and I refresh this page right here, then everything is going to change and look a little bit more professional. So you can create as many blog posts as you want, but right now we have only one. So you might actually find that you actually wanna change, for example, things like the font of your blog post. Maybe you don't like this font, yeah, right now, but what we can do is we can go under customize. Let's open up the customizer in a new tab, and once we are here, what we are gonna do is we are gonna go under general, under global, then go under typography, and what we are gonna do is that we're gonna change the body font here first from this font, whatever it is, to maybe, let's say, a Poppins font. I like Poppins, yeah. Then you realize that the font right now has changed. The Ultimate Guide to Skincare. Previously it was something different, and now it's looking a whole lot better. Then the heading font, also make sure that that is Poppins, right? So everything looks just a little bit cleaner right now because you have selected a very good font, and even the heading parts have also changed. Okay, so now one of the things that you'd like to have your website is a very clean header and a very clean footer. So for now, I'm going to show you how to create a header. So let's go back to the dashboard by clicking on this icon right here. Then we're going to close all other tabs and we'll start creating our menus. So to create a header, as I showed you, you need to create some pages. So when you go over to our pages section, you realize that we have the about us, the FAQ, then the home. Okay, so let's create one more page, for example, the contact us, and we are gonna say contact us. I just need to have more pages to work with here. So that is done. So I'm gonna click on this icon right here, top left corner. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go under appearance, then under menus. Yeah, so we're gonna create what is called a menu for the header. So one, we can call, or we can give this a name, for example, main menu. All right, so for now we can set it as display as primary menu, and what that means, it's gonna be the main menu of the website, the most important menu of the website. Okay, so let's hit create menu, and once that is done, what we need to do then is to select all these pages. For example, select all these pages, click on home, click on about us, click on contact us, click on FAQ page. Then once you're done, you can click add to menu. All right, so now we have the home, we have the about us, we have the contact us, we have the FAQ page. So we're gonna hit save menu, and once we are done and we preview our store, it's gonna have them here, but for most themes it may not automatically have them right there. So to make sure that they're added correctly, what you're gonna do is you're gonna hit customize. Okay, because now we actually need to do some further customization on the menus themselves. For example, changing the color, where they're displayed, and all that stuff. So now what we need to do then is to come under header builder, because now we are working on the header, and you guys can already see here that we have the primary menu. But if I click on it right now, and you can already see it's named because it's the only menu. Otherwise, you can create more menus. And how do you create more menus? You simply go back to your dashboard and hit, for example, create menu. So maybe you can call this any other whatever. For example, I can call this Enock's menu. I'll say Enock's menu header here. And I can make this also the primary menu, or I can just say create menu. Okay, and once this menu is created, I can come back here and actually add, for example, the home page, the about us, the contact us, the FAQ, and click add to menu. Now if I want to add some blog categories, for example, let's say actually let's do something cool. Let's come under custom links and we just type in blog. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys something cool, and let's just put a hash right here, then click on add to menu. Okay, then under categories, let's just add these 3 categories right under there and click on save menu. All right, so now when you take a look at this website, by hovering visit site, right click and open new tab, by default this is how it's looking. Okay, now let's say you wanted to change this menu to this menu that we've worked on, Enock's header menu. So what we'll do is inside the customizer, you would click on the primary menu, click on configure, select menu sort of. Let me go back. So, and go back still. And I'll go to the header builder once again, click on this primary menu. Then right under here, configure menu from here. So I can set my primary menu as, sorry guys, I think I need to refresh this because it's not fetching the menu that we created right over here. Yeah, or maybe we didn't save it, so we can actually save it. Yeah, make sure it's saved and it's reloading right here. So come back again to header builder and click on primary menu right here. Then you can click on configure menu. Under primary menu, you can set Enock's menu as primary menu, then click publish. Okay, so when you refresh our store like this, you'd see now that we have more items. Okay, yet when we go back here, we have 2 menus. We have one that is the main menu, so you can click select and view the components. Then you can select this other one that we've just created, and it has all these components, all these pages right here. So now let's say we want to add this DIY fashion skincare under the blog category. To do that, all you have to do is to drag this on the side to make it sort of nested here, and click save. So when you save that and refresh this page, you're going to get a menu that looks like this. Okay, so I think that is really cool. So one thing that I like to do is I want to bring this closer. Yeah, I don't want it to be on the extreme left and also the menu on the extreme right. So one way to do that is going back to the customizer, coming to the header builder, and what we need to do is that maybe we can drag for example this and insert it in the middle right here. For example, if I delete it and come right here and click on this plus icon, then click on primary menu, you realize it will come somehow in the middle. So let me click this icon to take that away, and here is how it's looking. So now I'll click the icon once again. So let's say I also want to remove this site title and site logo. I can come right here and sort of add it in the middle right here, and that's how it's looking. So maybe on the right hand side, probably on the extreme, we want to have something like a button. So let me see, we have a button right here that we can add, and we can say, maybe we can give it a text of like something like book now. So click on the button and change it to book now. Book now. All right. So it has a link here that I'm going to first remove. Yeah. So let's say we have a booking page on the website. What we need to do to link this so that when someone clicks on this, it redirects them to the booking page. What we can do is that we can come back under pages and click on add new. And for this new page, we can say booking page. Maybe you can call it booking. All right, then we can click publish, and once we are done, we can click copy right here, and once we copy this link to the page, we can come under the customizer and paste it in. So if we click publish, okay, then we go to our live website and refresh. This is how it's looking, guys. Yeah, so when someone clicks on this button, they get redirected to the booking page, and that's how it's looking. So now I'm not liking the way this button is also so far from this side. So probably I can drag it and place it closer to the menu like that, and I think that somehow looks better. Yeah, though I'm not into this. I don't know why I don't like this font right here that I used for the logo. So I'll click on the site logo and I'll click remove logo. Then what I will do is maybe I'll use the site title. Okay, I'll make it visible, but it's still not showing, and I don't understand why. All right, let me just upload another logo. All right, let me just use it anyway. Okay, yeah, I'll do the skip cropping thing and let it be there, but maybe I'll just reduce its size to something a little bit smaller. Then I'll click publish. So now some of you may be wondering, let's say we want to change the background color of the header that we have. To be able to do that, it's really simple. All you have to do is to click, you see how we have 3 columns right here. Yeah, I usually keep my menu with a single column. I don't want anything on the top and anything on the bottom, but you can click on this setting icon where the logo is seated, where the menu is seated in the button. And what you can do, you can come under design and change the background to something like black, or this color, or this color, or alternatively you can scroll down and paste in your color code that you'd wish to be there. So I feel like this looks nice. Yeah, that looks pretty. So what I can do now is I think I like this color a lot. We will be reusing it, so I'm gonna save it in my notes right here. Okay, beige, I think it's a beige kind of shade. Yeah, we might use it again. Then let's say now we want to make some changes to the height of the menu if you feel that this is too big. Yeah, so what you can do, you can still click on this settings icon, then come under general, and you can increase the height or reduce it. Okay, so I think about 30 is good enough. So I'm gonna click on the primary menu right here, and what I am gonna do is that now I also want to customize it, sort of look pretty. And what I am gonna do is I'm gonna come under design, and I will scroll down to the section that has menu color, and I think I'm gonna sort of make it black. Yeah, so to select black, I'll use this color picker, go to the bottom of it. Then when someone hovers over it, I want it to turn to something like a green shade. Okay, so I'm gonna click on, because now you see when someone hovers over it, it sort of turns bluish, but now I need it to be green. So I'll just paste in my color code. I think that green will do. Okay, so I think we'll be using that green again. So let me save it here. All right, cool. So now every time someone hovers over it, it sort of turns green, which I really like. So now once you scroll down under menu font, you can actually make the font weight sort of heavier like that. Okay, and you can sort of, let me see what else we can do. You can space it up. Yeah, so I think one should do 0.5, something like that. And you can actually reduce the size or increase it. Yeah, so I think about 14 is good enough. Then the font weight, let's just make it medium, I guess. Maybe semi-bold. Yeah, semi-bold should do. So I'm happy with this, though we can, I think, increase it to like 16 maybe. Let's try 16. Let's do 15. Yeah, I think 15 is good enough. All right, so let's get moving. Now let's say you want to change the button right here. Maybe you don't like the color also, so you can easily click on this using this pencil icon, or click on the button itself. Hopefully it doesn't redirect. Okay, it has redirected to another page. Then come under design, so you can keep the text color white, but you can change the background color to, let me pull up the green that we had selected. So I'll copy this and I'll paste in right here, and that's looking nice. And the font can be, we use semi-bold sort of, yes. Then this was 14, looking nice. We can add some spacing of 0.5, and that looks nice. So we can actually make this not 14 but rather 15 pixels. Sorry, 14. Yeah, I think that's good. So that's how the header is looking. So I don't want to overcomplicate this by adding bottom row columns, but in case you're interested in that, it's really easy to do. All you have to do is to click this plus icon and maybe add another menu. For example, you can add a secondary menu. So click on secondary menu right here. You configure the menu from here. Maybe the secondary menu, we can use the main menu. So we jump out of it, go back, come to the, sorry, not the footer builder, but the header builder. Then you see how you have the secondary menu right here. So you can click on the plus icon, add a search form like this. Then maybe on the left hand side, you may want to add, let's say, social share icons. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so I'm not so interested in doing this right now, but it is possible. I'm sure you guys have seen websites that sort of have two menus. Yeah, and this is how it can be done within WordPress. Yeah, so I'll click X to remove everything. I really don't need it for this tutorial. So now there we have it. Okay, so now you've finally developed your header, but now you need to take a look at how it looks on the tablet and on mobile. Okay, so let's click on the tablet mode right here, and this is how it's gonna look on the tablet. Okay, this is how it's gonna look on the tablet. So now what we can do is that we can actually make the logo centered on the tablet. We place it right there. Okay, so these changes do not affect the desktop, yeah, but they only affect the tablet. And this drop down menu, I want to change the color of this to green. So I'm going to click on this toggle button. So the toggle button means it's this menu right here, or this icon right here. And I can come and change it the way it looks. For example, it can look like that. It can look like that, or it can look like that. And under design, I can change its color, let's say to the green that I had used on the buttons. Okay, so let me paste that in, and that's how it's looking. So when you click on it, it's gonna display another menu. So this is called an off-canvas menu. Okay, this menu that pops out. So for you to make changes to this off-canvas menu, you need to actually click on the off-canvas menu. You can click on the settings right here. Maybe you want it to fly out. Yeah, so when someone clicks on this, it just flies out from the side, which I think is really cool. If you need it to be full screen, you can still do that. Yeah, if you still need it to be a drop down, it can just drop down like this. So let's do a flyout, and that's how it's looking. Now I want the flyout, instead of the background being white, I want it to be that beige kind of shade. So with background color, I'm gonna click on it, and we need that beige kind of shade. So I'll remove these. Then what I'll do is I'll copy this code for the beige, and I'll paste it in right there. Now that's how it's looking. Remember, it's only applying to the off canvas. It's not applying directly to this menu, but we're gonna work on that. All right. So now that is done, what you're gonna do is now click on the off canvas menu, and you have item dividers here that you can use to separate the different items on the page with lines. Then under design, yeah, so you can change the menu color to the green. So let me see if we have the green already saved up. Oh, it's actually the beige, but let's copy the green right here, and we paste that in. Then on hover, it should turn black maybe. So when someone hovers over it, it turns black. So I think that's cool. Then the menu font, let's make it sort of semi-bold, just as we did with the main menu. Or we can make it medium. Medium is too small. Let's make it semi-bold. All right. And what we are gonna do next is we need to change the background. So I need that beige shade. So let me just paste in Windows V, and this should be the shade. All right. So now that looks cool. So then what else do we need to change? So on hover, it turns blue, but I think it can turn white. So let's set these two colors to white. Yeah, and that's how it's looking. So if I'm to take this away, this is how our header is looking. So I believe that looks nice. That looks nice. So what we can do is that we can click on this icon, and we see if we can actually add any other customizations. So you can increase the divider width size, but I'm gonna keep it close to 2. Okay, then the divider color is just fine, and I believe, guys, that's just about it. So everything looks fine. So when we load our, for example, go to our home page, there we have it. We have the header, though this is still blue. Yeah, and the reason why that is still blue, it's called the active tab. Whenever I click on, for example, the home, and the home page is active, then it's blue, but I need it to be green. So we go back to the customizer and jump out of the tablet mode and the mobile mode. Okay, so hold on, guys. Yeah, we just need to confirm something. I think we are previously working with a tablet. So hopefully the changes were inherited by the mobile. That's fine. So let's jump to desktop mode, then click on this primary menu. Under design, let's change the active mode to green. Okay, so I'm gonna paste in, I think it's this, no, it is this, it's not that, it should be this. All right, so let's publish that and reload our home page, and everything now looks just about fine. Now I'm not going to show you how to create the footer just yet because we don't have enough pages. You know, footers usually have so many pages, but the same concept applies. Okay, you go to the home menu of the customizer and you can jump into the footer builder and you start, you know, adding footer widgets and footer menus, but more on that later. So now let's just go back home and we confirm all our changes. So I've showed you how to create menus and how to add specific menus to your website, showed you how to add a logo, adding buttons, and making this header responsive. Okay, so on mobile it's looking fine. Okay, though the active is still blue. So to make that change further on, we can go to the off canvas menu, click on the off canvas menu right here, then come under design, and on the active we need it to be green. Hopefully I'm making the right changes. Yeah, it's now okay. So let's publish that and we can jump out of the header builder and we see how everything looks. Yeah, so now everything looks just fine. So now guys, you may be wondering, it's an hour into the tutorial, by now I want to start creating my websites, but let me just show you how to get started on that. One of the easiest ways to do that is going to be through using an application or a plugin called Elementor. Let me show you something. So let's exit out of this. Actually, I'll close the other tabs, then I'll come back to the dashboard. All right, so now once you go under plugins and come to a new plugin, a plugin, as I explained, is basically a piece of code that plugs or you can add onto your website to add some extra functionalities. Okay, so now whether you're building an e-commerce website, a portfolio website, a company website, a digital marketing website, one of the very first plugins that you're gonna install or you're gonna need in most cases is gonna be a page builder. Now, one of the best page builders on the entire face of the earth for WordPress is called Elementor. So once you're here under plugins and you've clicked add new plugin, I want you to search for Elementor right here in this search box. Then you're gonna see Elementor website builder, and it has more than 10 million active installations. Yeah, that's how many websites that are using this page builder. Okay, so click on activate. I showed you guys, for example, when you go to our home page, I showed you guys how to add for example, this image right here, this text right here, and we used what we called, for example, if I click on edit page right here, we use this builder right here where we are clicking on these plus icons to sort of add any images or videos that we would want on our website. But sometimes you can't create so complex layouts, very complex layouts, sorry, using this method. So one way to handle that, that's where the page builders with advanced widgets come in. Okay, so I'm gonna delete everything on this home page that we have because I believe it is lousy, and we click save. Okay, so because we have installed the Elementor plugin right here, and at our home page, you will see that I'm having an option here that says edit with Elementor. Okay, so when we click open with, sorry, edit with Elementor, it's going to open up a new interface just like this. Yeah, and in here you can start playing around with different things, guys. So now let's get started. I'm going to give you a very simple tour of how to use Elementor. Okay, it has a free version and a pro version, but I have come to realize that sometimes the free version is just enough to get by. So right here on top, you can preview your website in mobile, in desktop, in tablet, and in mobile format. Okay, you guys see now that our headers remain consistent. Yeah, and you can search for elements on the web page. There's some other features here, for example, checking on what's new in the preview changes of the changes that you've made. For example, if I add let's say an image, okay, or let's say I just add a map right here, and I want to preview how this is gonna look on the live website. All I have to do is to click on preview changes right here, then it's gonna open up a new tab. Okay, so the good thing with that is that every time you add, for example, a widget, let's say we add, I would add a video, let me add a text editor right under here, and we click publish right here on the top right corner, this page automatically reloads. Okay, so that's one thing that you have to take note of. So I'm gonna delete all this stuff and click on publish, and you'll notice that it will be gone right here. So now one of the things that we are going to be doing is learning how to actually move around and use Elementor. I've showed you what this preview changes does. When you click on site settings, there are some certain things that you can manage about the site settings, but we are going to go into that later. It's somehow a little bit advanced. Then you can see the structure of your website. You're going to see how we can use the navigator later on, but one of the main things that you're going to come across that you're going to be using almost all the time are widgets. Yeah, so with widgets, okay, you will notice that you're having, for example, under layout, you have the container and you have the grid. I'm going to explain that in a few minutes. Then you have the basic elements. For example, you have the heading. Okay, so if we add, for example, heading, actually let's move back, let's pedal back just a little bit. So you have two layout options. Basically, when you're building any section of your website, you start with the layout. Okay, so maybe I can drag and add this to the page. Yeah, or alternatively, I can click on Flexbox and add different layouts to my website. But for this case, I'm going to start with a very simple layout. Okay, so I'm just going to drag it and throw it over the canvas. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go next and experiment on the next set of widgets that we have. So we have the basic elements. We have the heading, the image, text editor, the video. We have some buttons, dividers, spacer, Google Maps, and icons. Okay, so now let's first add a heading right here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste in some text right here. Okay, so that is your first heading that you've added. And if you publish this now and this page reloads, it's gonna be looking like this, but we need to style it more. So to style it more, you need to go under styles. Okay, so you can make it alignment, you can make it centered, just like that. Then for the color, you can click on this color and you pick a color. Remember guys that I've always been using this green right here. Okay, and I'm sure you guys are tired of me copying it over and over again. So if you have a color that you want to use, I don't know why it's looking like that, probably I think we pasted in the wrong color code, so let's just do that one more time. Okay, now it's looking fine. So in case you're tired of copying these colors over and over again and over again and over again and over again, what you can do is that actually you can store them in Elementor. And to do that, to save them so that you can use them later, you can just click on this plus icon right here. So click on this plus icon, then save this new color as, I'll just call it green. All right, then what I need to do, let's say I want to change the font. Maybe I don't like this font, and I can click on typography, change it from the default Roboto to Poppins, and it's gonna look like that. But maybe I also wanna decrease the size, the font size, and keep it to something like that. I can actually do that using this slider and set this to around 21. Okay. Now, most cases you might find yourself that, let's say you want to add another header. Okay. So to do that, you can click on this plus icon right here and add another heading. Okay. Then style it the same way we styled this. Alternatively, you can delete this and just duplicate this. All right. So maybe, let's say this is another heading, and we want to change the text. For example, Power Pure Ecommerce starts selling with let's say Cresta, something like that. But hopefully you want to make this bigger. So under typography, you can actually blow it up and sort of make this bigger, just like this. Okay. Then what you can do is that you can change the color also. For example, you can make it brown or black here. Then change the font to be sort of heavier by making it bold. Yeah, something like that could do. So you can take this away and you see how the website is looking. Okay, so it's starting to come together. But let's incorporate some other widgets like buttons and text widgets. Okay, so you have a text editor right here. Let me throw in some text right there, and I can go under the style and click on center aligned, and that's how it's looking. Okay, now one other thing that we can actually do is actually, let's add a button. So click on this plus, add element, and we can drag and throw in a button right there. So we can say maybe get started or book now, and this can redirect to the book now page. So to link the book now page we created earlier on, we just have to type book, and the booking page will show up. Once we click on it, it will automatically place the link right there for you. So you can go under style and position, you can center it just like that. Then for color, now remember guys, we had saved up our green previously when you are working on this header right here. So we can, to access that green, we can click on this globe icon, then scroll down, then you'll find your green right here. So you can play around with the typography of the website, of the button, and change it to Poppins. Right. Then let's say you wanna do some more styling on this button right here. So some of the other styles that you can change, we've looked at the text color, background type, the color of the button, but now we can also add a radius. Okay, so when this is unlinked or highlighted, it shows that when you apply a radius, then everything starts, every corner of the button, starts to get rounded. Yeah, so let me show you one thing that we can actually do. And once you're done with this, you can add stuff like a box shadow. Yeah, but I'll remove that because I don't need it. Or you can add paddings. Okay, so paddings, you can increase the paddings by something like that. maybe 15, 17, whatever you'd like here. But I rather increase these values separately. Okay, I tend to make the left and right sides longer. So you watch this. When, for example, I make this maybe 35, and I make also the right 35, then it's gonna look a little bit like that. Okay, so when I take this away to see how the website is looking, I feel that it's looking much better. So now let me show you a trick, because I don't like the way this spreads across the entire page. Yeah, so to solve that, click on it right here, go under content, go, for example, where you want to put or the line to start on the next line. Okay, put a left arrow and type BR. That means break the line, then put a right arrow, something like this. So when you take this away, you will notice that everything stays on the same page. So that technique can apply to headings, but it cannot apply to text editors. So to show you how you can force a text editor to be smaller or not span the entire page width, one way to do that is to start by manipulating this container right here. So now I've showed you how to use some of these basic elements. Now let me show you how to use this navigator right here. So when you minimize it, you'll see that this is called the container. Yeah, but we can rename this. So the first page of the website, or the first section of your home page, is always called the hero section. All right, okay, it's always called the hero section. So the more we add more sections down here, for example, we can add the FAQ section right here. We can still rename it as the FAQ section. But for now, we are working on the hero section. Okay, so you can select this section right here. Okay, and I've showed you guys that these sections, or these grids, but right now we are using containers. This container right here has some properties to it. Okay, so one property is called flexbox, and the other is called grid, but I'm going to explain the difference. Most times you'll find yourself using flexbox. Then the content width, it can either be boxed or full width. Yeah, so when you make it full width, it kind of occupies more space than when, if I click on this section, than when it is boxed. Okay, as you can see right there. But in certain instances, you find yourself using one over the other. And once you scroll down under items, you will find direction. Okay, so now by default, there is no direction attached to the container. Okay, so when you click row horizontal, then everything gets aligned horizontally. Yeah, when you click on direction on the vertical, then everything aligns vertically. Horizontal reversed, everything reverses but horizontally. Then here everything reverses but vertically. So I'll keep it row vertical, just like this. So as you guys have noticed, that for every widget, for example the button, we have the content, we have the style, and the advanced tab. So we have used the content and we have used the style tab, but we haven't used the advanced tab. So there are more settings in the advanced tab. Okay, so let's click on this container right here. Then what we are going to do is that we're going to go to its style tab, and maybe you want to change the background of this container to something yellowish. So remember the beige shade that we used? I can actually copy it from here. Okay, so when we come to background type, under style, under background, you can add a background type. For example, it can be a classic, yeah, where you have a color like beige. So let me paste in my beige kind of shade. Don't forget to put the hash. Sorry, and I don't think I copied it right, because it would be functioning now. Let me copy it again. So I'll copy that. I'll click on this color right here, and let me paste in the shade, and now it has changed. Okay, that's looking better. Okay, that's looking better now. Okay, see how it blends with the header? That's looking better. So click on this section once again. So under still background, okay, under background type, you have the classic, you have the gradient. Yeah, so with the gradient you can play around with these two colors depending on what you'd like, but in most cases you find yourself never using this. Yeah, then you can also use a video as a background, so you can add, for example, YouTube link. For example, if I go to YouTube, if I search for YouTube nature video, all right, and YouTube opens up right here. I can copy this. Sorry, I'm having some ads here. You can, I'll skip them. So you can copy this video right here, and I've copied it, so I'll close that. Then I can add it in as my background. So now if I publish this, you will now see that every time the page loads, you get this background. So that's how people add videos as backgrounds to their home pages. Okay, so you can change this color, for example, to white here, something like that. And if we publish and this page reloads, you would see that now it's looking a little bit more readable. Okay, yeah, so now that is it. But now I need to change this back, and I'm going to press Ctrl+Z to make everything black again. Then I'm gonna click on this container right here. Then instead of making it a video or classic, or actually even a slideshow, I'll just keep it classic. Okay, so with the classic shade, I'm just gonna paste in, sorry guys, sorry about that, I'm just gonna get this beige shade and I'll paste that in. Okay, so remember how we have been reusing the green. Maybe we want to use the beige again in the future, so you can click on that plus icon and add it as a shade. Maybe you want to use it in the future. Okay, so now remember how I told you that we hadn't taken a look at the advanced settings? Let's do that right now. So now let's click on this section right here and come to advanced. So one of the things that you need to learn early, especially when you're developing such websites, is you need to understand how to work with margin and how to work with padding. Okay, now let's say I'm assuming that this fastest growing e-commerce is, so I'll close this, is so close to the header, and I want to create some space. One way to do that is to add a margin. For example, I can add a 70 margin, but remember this is unchecked. Yeah, so if I add a 70 margin, it's gonna add space outside the container. Yeah, the container is selected, but if I add margin to the container, then it's gonna add space outside it. Okay, now if I add it to the left, I also add, let's say 70, it's gonna add some 70 pixel margin on the top and on the left. But in most cases you may not want to apply that. For example, let me show you another way to apply space, is that you can instead use padding. So you make sure this is unchecked, yeah, these two values. Then you can add a 70 top margin, yeah, and if you feel that this button is also so close to the end of the section, you can add the 70 bottom margin to sort of create some space. Okay, now that's how it's looking. Okay, so if I need to still add more space to the sides, I can click on the container right here and add, for example, let's say I had 100 pixel margin to the left and 100 pixel margin to the right, not 1000 but 100. So this is how your website is going to be looking. So unfortunately, I feel like this is too small, so I'm going to add, click on this, and let me just add, let's say 150 and 150. All right, so that's how it's looking. Yeah, so Power Up, so I'm pretty comfortable with this look right here. Though if I need to increase it, I can take it higher to something like 200 and make this also 200. Okay, now it's gonna look sort of like this. And if I find myself looking like this, probably what we need to do is to reduce on this font size. So click on this heading right here and probably sort of reduce the font weight to something that looks like that. And I feel that is small, so I'm gonna click on it again and sort of bump it up just a little bit. Okay, and it's gonna look like that. So that looks somehow clean. Okay, so what we can do, always remember, for every change you make, you need to make relative changes to the tablet into the mobile. So make sure everything is optimized, because the way it's looking now, it's looking horrible. So now let's click on this section once again and make sure these are unlinked and this is unlinked. Then you can apply new padding values. Okay, or you can, for example, now we can apply, for example, 50 to the left and 50 to the right, maybe 70 to the top and 70 to the bottom. Then we click on this heading right here, and probably we wanna reduce the font size up to something like that, so that looks a little bit clean. So go to the phone, okay, click on this section right here, unlink these paddings, and also give it a negative, its own padding figures. So maybe I'll use 10 to the left and to the right, and that's how it's looking. You can also reduce the font size of this text right here. Okay, so I just want to make sure everything just looks a little bit clean. So I also reduce probably these other text by going to font under style under typography here, especially this right here. So I can always play around with the sizes until I find something that is usable. So let me just increase this to something like that. All right, so I think this looks great. Now that's basically the process of creating a very usable or scalable website. Okay, so now let me show you one more example where we can build maybe a more interesting layout other than this. Okay, so if you want to add another layout, for example, you can click on this plus icon, and let's say you want to add now an FAQ section. Okay, so you can click on that plus icon, and the first thing that I like to do is to always so usually the first thing I always do is to add some spacing between my sections. And I've showed you how to add space from the outside, is that you click on the container, click on this advanced tab, unlink the values for the margins, and probably add between 50 to the top and 50 to the bottom. So let's say on the right hand side you want to add an image. You can easily drag that image and place it over there. then click on choose image. Probably you want to add let me see what we can add. Let me just actually upload an image. We already had some in the media library, but I didn't want to use them. So I'll select an image and add it right here. Then I'll click select. Okay. Then probably right here, I can click on this plus icon right here, and the Elements tab will open up. Maybe I want to add a heading right here, or probably I just want to, let's say, copy this and just paste in the text right here. Okay. Then I'll call this FAQs. Probably I'll go under style, yeah, and I'll style it and change the alignment. So now let's say we have some FAQs. So you have to think, what widget can I use to achieve this? So you can click on add element. Then you can scroll down. So we have pro elements here, but they will need a pro subscription here of Elementor. Then you have the general elements. Okay. So under general, we can scroll down and we can add things like so when you look through these, actually what we can do is that we can add one of these two. So let's first drag and place the accordion under the FAQs. Okay. Then click this plus icon and we're gonna scroll down still to the general elements, and we are gonna add, let's say, a toggle. Okay. So you realize that actually the toggle and the accordion kind of work the same way. Yeah. So you can actually use them as FAQ kind of elements. Okay. So let's say you ask a question, what are your payment methods? Okay. So what you can do here, that is question 1. So under it, you can basically type in up your payment methods and any information depending on your specific business case or use case. Then for accordion 2 is what days are you open? Okay. Probably I'll use capital O. So you can actually duplicate these. Okay. So I'll delete this one for the toggle. Yeah. Then probably let me change this. I'll click on this and change this to how long does the order take? How long does the order take? Then we can come under style. Okay. So under the title, so the title where the question is, you can actually change this to our green that we had selected. Then the active color, it can be black, or let's make the color black, yeah, by clicking on this icon right here. Then we change the active color to the green that we had saved up. Okay, so that's how it looks. And the typography, let it be Poppins. And it's coming along. Then the text decoration, let's say none, to remove the underlinings. And that's how it's looking, guys. Okay, so now we have built a more complex sort of layout. Yeah, but then it actually gets more complex than this. Let's say you want to align these sections vertically together with this image. Okay, so to do that, all you have to do is to click on this tab, or sorry, this container right here. Then under justify content, you have to icons or selections that you can make. You can click on this center right here, okay, and it will push everything to the center, or alternatively you can just center it like that, but I'd rather use this here for vertical ones to make them look a little bit like this. Okay, so now let's see how that looks on mobile. Sorry, first on tablet looks fine, then on mobile it also looks fine. So that's how basically I think you have now a hang of how Elementor sort of works. So now let me show you a way of how I usually tend to like to work first in Elementor. As you guys have seen, that you already have the trouble of creating the layout and making sure that they are responsive on all devices. Okay, so one trick is to always use the pre-made Elementor templates. Okay, so you can click on this folder icon right here, then it's going to open up a window like this. Yeah, because I believe one of the things that always beginners struggle with is getting ideas of how to lay out their website, which kind of images to use, what kinds of fonts to use. But now that I've showed you how to actually style a few things, I think you're ready now to start working with templates, okay, or pre-built templates. So now once you click this folder icon and this window opens up, there are a few blocks that you can work with. Okay, so you have the pages, then you also have your templates. We will be discussing templates later on. So what we can do now is that maybe you want to add something like an FAQ. Let me see if they have a free. They don't have any free FAQ templates, although all of these are premium. Yeah, but probably let me see if we have the about. All right, so we have one about right here, and let me take a look at the benefits. So as you can see, most of these elements or most of these blocks are for premium subscriptions. But let me show you one interesting thing. Now, to get extra elements, you need to first close out of these, because as you can see, the only free template that we can use actually right now is this about us block. So you can click, it's going to ask you to connect to the template library. Let me show you guys how to create something actually more interesting. So publish this, then you can go back to your project, your dashboard, and find where plugins are. For example, if you're at the dashboard right here, come under plugins and click add new. So we are going to install a plugin that's going to give us access to sort of blocks that we can use on our website. Okay, so let's search for Elementor. Then I'm going to show you something. So when you search for Elementor, you'll get some other Elementor sort of plugins that are recommended, or you can install, or that work with Elementor. Okay, so some of these look like this, but the plugin that I'm looking for is actually not being displayed. So because we typed this wrong, so let me just do that again. Elementor. So now we have another different list of these. Okay, but the plugin actually that I want to use right now is called Elements Kit. Yeah, Elements Kit by Elementor Add-ons. So it's by WPMate, has 1 million active installation, and that shows that people are actually using this. Okay, so once it's active, all you have to do is to come back to your home and just refresh this page. Okay, and once everything is done, you will realize when you scroll down that you have another option here. Instead of clicking on the folder icon, now you can click on the Elements Kit. So right here we have some layouts that we can use. Okay, so all you have to do is to come, maybe you wanna sort of add some pie charts. Yeah, you can easily do that. Okay, so you can click on this icon to see how the layout is looking. or if you want to add, for example, if we scroll and add, for example, an FAQ page, something like this, then we can take a look at how all these are looking. Or in case you want to add, for example, a testimonial and you don't want to spend so much time creating a testimonial section, what you can do is that you can actually use some of these free templates. And for example, let's insert this one. It looks like this. You can easily insert that. Okay. And then it's gonna look like this. Okay. So now this is how it's looking. Okay. So you guys see how everything now is coming together. So you can actually edit this template that you've added. So if you don't like this part right here, you can easily delete it and it's gone. So you can click on the plus icon, or you can copy this and add the heading right here by pasting it. Then you can actually center it and highlight it and maybe change this to testimonials. Now you can click on this outer container, you come under style. Remember, we apply the background. You can click on this color or use the beige that we saved. So it's sort of right here. And guess what? This is how everything is looking. Okay. So you can spend some time by clicking on each element. For example, if I want to change this image right here, then what I need to do is to make sure that everything here is selected. Then I'm going to come to testimonial. Then I'm going to come to this very first one, and I can change the name from Shama to maybe the client name, for example, Enock something. Yeah. And probably you can change their name, their photo, by clicking on choose image. And we can upload a photo. I don't know if I have any user photos that we can use, but let me find some. Actually, I can't find none, but let me just use, let's say this. Okay. And it's gonna change to that image right here. Or alternatively, you can also add, for example, their logo, the client logo. Yeah. And just in case this doesn't load, or you've sort of, let's say, deleted it, the logo will come in sort of handy. Okay. So now I've showed you how to change the name. You can change the review by clicking on testimonial here. So testimonial 1, someone said this and this. Testimonial 2 is shown. Yeah. So you can change all these, and if you want to add an item, you just click add item and you can add more testimonials. Okay. So now that's how it's looking, guys. That's how it's looking, and someone can easily scroll through them. All right. So now I've showed you how to import these templates, but now building an entire website is sometimes hectic. And as a beginner, you might actually find it so hard to get all the entire aspects of the entire website looking fine. Okay. So now I'm gonna click publish. So now I'm gonna jump out of this and I show you how the website is looking. I don't know why it didn't refresh. All right. And this is what you've been able to create so far for the past 1 hour. Okay. So now when you go to your plugins, okay, before you make any changes when you go to the dashboard, and before you make any changes, I'm going to pause the designing for now, and I show you some of the tools that you must have, yeah, when you're designing your website, because sometimes you're going to import plugins and add plugins and they will fail. Okay. So I'm going to first show you a way of backing up your website, of how to reset your website, and how to migrate your website if 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 you find yourself in a situation where you need to use any one of those 2 or 3 methods. Okay, so now go to plugins and click on add new plugin, because now what I need to do next is I want to show you how you can import an entire website onto your WordPress website without it causing any trouble. So right now we are going to search for backup bliss under plugins, and this plugin, what it's going to do is let's search for backup migration instead. I reviewed this product in a few tutorials ago, and this is a plugin right here. I want to be able to create, let's say, weekly backups or daily backups of my website. Yeah, just in case anything goes wrong, I'm able to retrieve that older backup. Okay, so I'm gonna click on skip right here. So to create a backup is really easy. We've just installed this backup migration, so you can hit create backup. Okay, then what we need to do is we can click on that source file. It's gonna take a couple of seconds to run through the entire website, scan it, create a copy, then back it up. Okay, so now once your backup is done, all you need to do is maybe you can copy this, yeah, and paste it in a new tab to go to where your backup is stored, and you can download it. So once you paste in the link, it will prompt you to download, and once it starts, depending on how big your website is, it may take some time, but this one is just gonna take a little time because it's only 25 MBs. Okay, so now once that is done, you'll be able to actually manage and restore your backups. Okay, so let's say today is the 25th, and maybe your website, or you make some changes that you do not want. Yeah, you can easily revert to this backup by clicking restore to the point where you wanted your website. Okay, so I think that is clear enough. Then one other tool that I find sometimes using in these tutorials is called the reset button. Sometimes you may just need to reset your website. Yeah, so search for WP reset. And when you're selecting plugin, guys, make sure they have a lot of installations. That means that people are actually using them. Okay, so you can click install now and click on activate. Okay, and once you've clicked on activate, we can go into open WP reset tools, and what is gonna happen is that they're gonna try to sell you a lifetime license. But let me zoom out just a little bit because I wanna exit out of this. And what you're gonna do is that, let's just go back. Okay, then just refresh this page. So you'll find the WP reset tools, under tools and WP reset. So you can actually reset your entire website, but you're not gonna do that now. I still have one more thing to show you. Yeah, so you know what, actually let's reset the entire website. Okay, so now what we can do now is we can scroll down here to site reset. Okay, and what's gonna happen is that we are gonna type in reset down here and click on reset site. It's gonna ask me whether I want to do that. Then I'm gonna reset everything. So you have lost everything. We have lost everything. Okay, so now let's say you've reset your website, but now you want to import that backup that you created. Okay, so this is a fresh install. It's like there's no pages. Everything we've created, everything is gone, guys. Everything is gone. So now we need to come back to plugins. So you'll find that your your plugins are still here, though they are not activated. So click on activate backup migration. Okay, then actually before we do this, let's go back and I'll click skip. for now. So I'll select everything and I'll select activate. So I'll activate all the plugins that we've been using. Then I'm gonna go to backup migration right here. Then I'm gonna click on manage backup, and what you'll find is that this backup is still there even though we reset the website. So let's click on restore, and yes, I'm of a sound mind, and click on start restoring. So this is gonna take, so depending on how big your website is, it's gonna take a few minutes to a few seconds to update everything. All right, so now I think it's done. So I'm gonna click skip and I'll close this. So let's try to take a look at how our website is looking, guys. And we are back in business. Everything looks the way we left it. Okay. So now, guys, this is how the website is looking. And right now, I want us to get started with our e-commerce project that we're going to create from scratch, so that you guys can get a hang of how everything works. Okay. So now I'm gonna go to the dashboard by clicking on this icon right here. Then I'm just gonna reset this website one more time. Yeah. So let me go to my plugins, to the installed plugins. Then we're gonna find this WP reset. Click on activate. Yeah. Then you'll find that the WP reset tools are available under tools. Okay. So click on WP reset. Then let's just reset it one more time. You can click reset, type in reset and click reset site, then reset it. So the site has been successfully reset. I'm gonna click dismiss. I'm gonna go to plugins and I'm gonna select everything. And let me see. I'll deactivate this WP reset, select everything, then I'll delete all of them. Okay, so that we start from scratch. Okay, now guys, as I explained to you, that the first thing you do every time you're starting up a new project is to install the right themes. Now, since this is an e-commerce project, what you're going to be using is a theme called Woostify. Yeah, so to add another theme, go to appearance and go to themes, and right now you have these default ones. So click on a new theme, then you're gonna search for Woostify, and I pressed enter. You shouldn't be able to press enter. If you press enter, things just disappear. So Woostify is right here. I'm gonna click install, and once it's installed, then I'm gonna click on activate. So it's activated. So the next step after installing the theme is to create some pages. Okay, so step 2 is to create pages. Now you can come under pages right here. Then by default there are only 2 pages. Okay, so I'm gonna delete these. I'm gonna send them to trash. Okay, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna first create the home page. So I'm gonna click home, add new page, and type in home, publish it twice. Okay, then I'm gonna click right here and I add another page. So this page may be something like track order. And then I'm gonna click publish. What other I can add another page called FAQs. Right, then I can add another page called support. Okay, support, and click publish. Let's publish everything now. So we click on this WordPress icon to go back here to see the pages we have. So far we have created 4 pages. Okay, let's create one more for the terms and conditions. let's do terms and conditions. All right, now we can click publish and publish it one more time. So once you're done creating the pages, the next step is to install the necessary plugins that you're gonna need for your website. So go over to the plugins and click add new plugin, and the first plugin you're gonna need is Elementor, the page builder. Okay, search for Elementor and you're gonna click install now. Okay, then once it's done installing, you're gonna use WooCommerce, and once that is done, I'm gonna click activate. Then from here I'm just gonna click back here. Then I'm gonna scroll down and try to find PayPal payments by WooCommerce. Then I'm gonna click on activate, install and activate. Okay, so now we have WooCommerce activated, WooCommerce PayPal payments activated. This is going to be our payment gateway. And Elementor, let's make sure it's also active. Okay, so then I'm gonna click back. Then I'm gonna click add new plugin. Then we add some more plugins. So in case you have any other payment gateways you need to use, you can always search for the search keyword WooCommerce, and a bunch of payments will show up. In case you want to install Stripe, you can install that. In case you want to use bank cards and Visa cards and credit cards, you can use the WooCommerce payments, integrated payments by WooCommerce. Yeah, so these three are the most recommended payment methods to be used by WooCommerce. Okay, so let me install one more important plugin. It's called Classic Widgets. Classic Widgets. All right, so this plugin right here is gonna help us when you're creating sidebars, as you would see, because we wish to filter our products by price, by tags, so activate it, and by attributes. So these are the most important plugins that you're gonna need for this project. So once you go back, as I showed you, that marketing, analytics, payments, products, and WooCommerce have all been created by the WooCommerce application. So when you go under pages, you'll notice that the cart has been added by WooCommerce, the checkout by WooCommerce, the My Account page by WooCommerce, refunds and returns has been added by WooCommerce, the shop page has been added by WooCommerce. Okay, so now once we are done here, the next thing we have to do is to create our header menu. Okay, so now when you're creating a header menu, probably you're gonna need a logo. Okay, and one way to do that is to use a website like Canva. Okay, so let me show you how to create a logo using Canva. So what you need to do is to go to your search box and type in Canva, then click on the Canva website right here. If you don't have an account, you can sign in using your Google account. It's really easy and straightforward. So when you come here, all you have to do is to type in the logo, search for a logo template. Okay, and you can get some ideas from these, yeah, or alternatively you can create your own logo from scratch. Okay, so let's go and type in create design, and you have an option for creating a logo right here. And once you're done, you could use like a shopping icon if you're using creating a store for online shopping, if it's a fashion, if it's something. So let's try and search for fashion right here and see what we have. and some of them are using such nice fonts. Yeah, so you can experiment with these. So you can click add new page, and maybe you insert now this kind of layout. Yeah, so if your logo is like a 4-letter word, you can play around with such a logo. Yeah, so depending on what you want. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a look and see if there's anything that interests me. Probably I can just go with this and just call my store cresta. Yeah, so I can resize the logo sort of like this and make it look like that. Yeah, or I can use this, but it may not look as great as I would like it to look. All right, so if this is a logo, if this is a template that you want to use, maybe you want to push this to the side, and you want to also push this to the side, and you can zoom in a little. Yeah, something like that. Then probably you can adjust these, and using these arrows you can also sort of adjust this, yeah, to look like this. I think this is good enough, so I'm gonna zoom back out to take a look. I think that is too long, so actually I can undo it like that, then sort of redo it, just make it a little bit longer by, yeah, dragging it like that, then dragging this also sort of come on like this. Okay, so now I feel pretty comfortable with this logo. All I have to do is to maybe push this in a little bit. Yep, so I think this looks a little bit neater. So I'm gonna delete this page by clicking on this bin icon right here, and this is the logo that I want to use. Okay, so I can click on it and change the background to white. All right, then click on share, then click on download, then I'm gonna download it as a PNG, so click download as PNG. Then it's gonna take a few seconds and it's gonna start downloading. So right here it has finished downloading, and once you open it up, this is how the logo looks. Okay, so let me locate this file in my files folder, and you guys will notice that now when you open it, for example, it has a background to it, a white background, and we need to remove these. Okay, we need to remove these. So what we are gonna do is we are gonna use a software called remove.bg. So let's go to our browser and search for remove. Hold on, remove bg, search for remove bg, and you're gonna find a website right here, remove bg. Then we're gonna upload our image. So let's click, let's just drag the file actually, because we had it right here. Okay, so I'm gonna drag it over here, and it's gonna take a few seconds to remove this background. Then we'll be able to download it. So now it's done. Okay, then I'm gonna click right now download, and I'm gonna save it right here. So when you open this up, you can see now it doesn't have that white background anymore. So now when I make it full screen like this, I would want to crop into it by clicking on this icon right here. So I want to remove an extra space on the top and extra space to the bottom, then all this extra space to the side like this. I need it gone. Yeah, and once I'm done, I'm gonna click on save options, and maybe I can save it as a copy. Okay, and once that is done, I will save it in my Ecommerce project folder. So now let me click save. Sorry, I will place it right here with a different file name. All right, so now let's go back to our pages. Okay, Then we have our logo now that we've created, and the next thing we need to do is to create a header menu. Okay, so now let's go to menus. Sorry, let's go to appearance. Then under menus, we are gonna create, say this is our header menu. It's gonna appear on our header. Yeah, so header menu, and let's select this as our primary menu and click create. Okay, and once we are done, we are gonna add some pages to this menu right here. So click on view all pages, then you're gonna add the home. Let's add the shop. Let's add we didn't create a blog page, but let's do that. So let me go back to pages, or go to all pages and click add new page in a new tab. I wanted to add a blog page. Yeah, so let me type your blog and click publish and publish once again. So we're gonna come back and let's actually save this menu. Okay, and reload the page. So now you would see that your header menu is still selected right here, and this is still checked as the primary menu. So you can click on view pages, under pages, then add the home. Let's add the shop page. Let's add the blog page. What other page can we add? Maybe we can add the track order page. Okay, so I think that's good enough. So let's click add to menu, and once you add that to the menu, we can click save menu one more time. All right, so let's close everything on the right. Then I'm gonna preview this site, yeah, to see how it's looking. And you guys can see by setting the menu as the primary menu, it automatically sends this menu to the header menu. Okay, so now let's work more on this header and try to improve it. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna click on customize. All right, and once we are here, let me zoom out a little bit, just like that. So right under on the left, and let me go to layout and normal header. Okay, you can actually make this header of a different color here by going to design and changing this color to something like red, black, or any color that you would wish. Okay, but for this tutorial, I'm gonna keep it white. All right, so if you wish to replace this WordPress store with your logo, then that is easy. So we're gonna go back, and I think let's go back one more time, and we're gonna go to site identity, then click on select logo, then you're gonna upload the logo that we created. Okay, so I had saved it somewhere, I think, and let's see, it should be this file right here. So let me upload that and click select. Then I'm gonna click on skip cropping, and now it's too big, so I need to go under logo width and sort of reduce it to a size that I'm comfortable with. Right, so that's how it's looking. Then what we need to do is we need to also increase, for example, the size of, let me try to zoom in just a little bit and take this away to see how everything is looking. I think it's too big, yeah, so we might actually need to reduce it just a little bit to somewhere like 175 pixels. Maybe let's take it to 150 50 something. All right, that's how it's looking. So next, what you're gonna do is you're gonna jump out of this. Then I want to change the typography of this text right here. I want to make it more bolder and bigger. Okay, so to do that, all I have to do is to come under typography and change the typography of my primary menu. So it's now popping, but let's say I want to make it maybe a little bit bolder. I think 600 hasn't done the job well. Let's try to do 700, and let's increase the font size to something. Is that usable? All right, let's publish this and try to review it. I think it looks fine. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Then what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna exit out of here for now and take a look at how it looks right here. I think this is a little bit too bold. Yeah, so sometimes the customizer may not show you what's really going on until you exit out and refresh the page. Or yeah, so let's go back to typography. Let's go back to primary menu, and I want to change it to, let's go back to 500. Yeah, and we can actually go right here to visit site and see how that looks. So I feel like the sweet spot would be 600, the weight. All right, so let's save that and try to refresh the website in another tab. I think let's just stick to 500. Yeah, all right, let's just stick to 500. Okay, so now right now we need to start working, for example, on our home page. Okay, so what we are going to do is, let me exit out of this customizer by closing this. So right now it's displaying the blog, yeah, but I want my home page to be displayed right here. Okay, so to fix that, let's go to dashboard. All right, go to settings, go to reading, then click on static page, then set your home page as home, then your posts page where the posts are displayed as the blog page. Okay, then click save changes. So when you preview this site in a new tab, this is how it's going to look. Okay, so when you go to the blog, it's where you would find the hello world and all the blog posts you'd create. The shop so far has nothing, and we don't have a sidebar yet. The track order has nothing, so we are gonna start working on these pages pretty soon. Okay, so let's just work on the home page for now. And yeah, so to make sure you've selected the home page, so you can click on edit page. Okay, then you can click on edit with Elementor. So if you don't see edit with Elementor right here, that means that you don't have the Elementor plugin active. So what you need to do is to go under onto your dashboard, under plugins, and installed plugins, and verify that you have Elementor installed and activated. Okay, if you don't have it activated, please do, then we can proceed. So click on edit with Elementor. So now we are going to start creating some, let's say, nice layouts to make sure everything looks good on our site. Okay guys, so now the very first thing that I need to do is to create a nice hero section. So I'm going to click on this plus icon. I'm going to select the flexbox layout, and I'm going to add 2 columns like this. Okay, so then I'm going to click on this structure icon. It's going to pull up this structure right here. Then I'm going to rename this container my hero section. All right, so if I click on this, yeah, I realize that the first thing I need to do is to add some spacing between the header and my content of the page. Is to go under advanced and check these values, yeah, and sort of add a margin of like 15-20 pixels, so my website can start off from right here. Okay, so yeah, I'm good. So we have under the hero section, under the container, we can realize that we have two columns, and if I click on this one, it gets highlighted. If I click on the right one, it gets highlighted. If I click on the left one, it gets highlighted, like that. Okay, so I can easily jump between any column or container that I would wish to make changes on. Okay, so now on the left hand side, on this one right here, I can click this plus icon and it will bring up these elements. And the first element that I would like to add is a widget of a heading. So I'm gonna drag the heading right here and I'll place it in. Then maybe I'll type in some text of like, we are proud to introduce. So let me just paste that in because I have it pasted somewhere. Okay, we are proud to introduce. Okay, let me duplicate this by right clicking, then duplicate. Maybe we are proud to introduce the best summer street wear. Okay, then instead of duplicating this, now what we can do is that we can click this plus icon and add some text editor. Okay, and then we can type in something like, get the latest, let me see, latest fashion trends today. Right, and then under it, probably, yeah, you can type in some more information, learn more, or subscribe and get more offers. Maybe subscribe and get more offers. Yeah, anything that you like to have here. Okay, then under this, I want to click on this plus icon. We'll drag and place a button, yeah, where I'm telling people to shop now. Shop now. So let's say I want this to link to the shop page. All I have to do is to type in right here in Elementor and the link shop, and the shop page will get displayed. Okay, so now our website is coming along. It's really looking fine. So what I need to do now is to click on, I'll minimize this and I'll click on the hero section, because now I want to apply a background to the entire hero section. So I'm going to come to style, come to background type, and click on image plus right here, go to upload files, click on select files, and I'm going to use this image. So I've provided all these images for you. Every image that I've used in this tutorial, I've provided it, and the link is under the description. So there we go. So I've added it. So I'll close this. So now you see how it has a gentleman holding a backpack right here, but I don't see him quite clearly on the page right here. So that means that I need to position him very well. And one of the best display size positions is cover here. And we can first work with cover, then the position. You can probably do center or top center, something like this. Yeah, but now let me do something else. I want to increase the spacing between the top and the bottom. Yeah, I want to create some space. Okay, so while this container is still selected, or if I pull up the structure right here, while the hero section is still selected, you can go under advanced and then link these padding values and add, for example, 70 pixels to the top and 70 pixels to the bottom. Yeah, so when I take this away, this is how it is looking. Okay, so now I have a challenge, guys. There is some white space that's left on the right hand side, yet I need this image to cover the entire width of the page. Yeah, so also what I think I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna increase the spacing. I think 70 wasn't enough. Let's just make it probably like 100 or something. So let's just make it 100. Yeah, I think that's a better kind of look that I'm looking for. So, and now you guys remember this issue that I've just explained to you, that we are having some white space to the left and to the right. I wouldn't like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try something. I need to come here to settings, under site settings, and layout. Let's make the default page layout to be Elementor full width. Okay, then click on save changes, and we see how that works. All right, so once you've made it full width, let's exit out of the site settings, and we make sure the hero section is selected. Come to layout and make it full width. So it's still not stretching the way I needed it to. So what I'm gonna do, so it's not getting full width in the customizer right here, but let's preview it. Click on this preview, change right here. Okay, then you will see that actually it spans the entire website, but here the effects, the changes are not being seen. So probably let's just refresh this page. Yeah, even right here it's now doing what I needed to do. So now I feel like this text is so close to the left hand side. I need to push it in the middle. Yeah, so one way to do that is to select this column and probably this column right here, and once you hover over the line between them, you can make one column longer than the other, like this. Then I can click on this column here on the left. Yeah, go to under its advanced. Then what I can do is I can unlink these padding values. Yeah, so on the left I can add, for example, an 80 pixel margin, padding, and it's gonna push the text in the middle. Okay, so I think that's better. So I need to change the fonts of this text right here. So I can go under style, under typography, I can make this font Poppins. Yeah, and I can also reduce its size or increase it. Yeah, so let's keep it at that. Then I can scroll down and add some letter spacing of a few pixels, like that. Then I can still come to this text, this other one. Then I can go under style, I go under typography, I can change this to Poppins for sure. Let's increase the size. Yeah, and if you want to make it bold, you only have to change the weight to something like 800, and this can also be Poppins. Let's change it from Roboto to Poppins. All right, and once we are done, you can actually make its color sort of black to be more readable. And let's publish. And once we publish, I'm gonna close this and click this eye icon to preview the changes, and this is how it's looking. So now I wanna send this street and where to be on the same line. So to do that, I'm gonna click on best summer, go under content. So I'll press enter here. Then I'll add the BR keyword that I told you. Yeah. So every time we publish this, and let's say this refreshes, then it's gonna sort of look like this. So now I think this looks nice. So this is how our website is looking. Okay, so probably we can increase the size of this button right here. So we can go under home, click on this button right here, and the first thing I like to do when I'm increasing size is to just bump up the size of the words under typography just a little bit, change its font to Poppins, okay, just to blend everything in. Then when I scroll down under paddings is where I make the magic happen. Okay, so on the right I can make it, for example, 30, then on the left something like 30, then top and bottom 15, top and bottom 15. Yeah, so now it's a little bit bigger. Okay, then you can also add a box shadow. Yeah, if you're interested in that, you can play around with these colors. Yeah, but I'm gonna remove that for now. Okay, so our hero section looks pretty good. Though I wanna increase this text, move it to the right somehow a little more. So click on this container right here, and let's increase the padding from the left to something like 120, and click publish. And once it's published, this will refresh and it looks a little bit better, just a little bit. Okay, so I'm okay with that. So let's go on to build another section. So let's click the plus icon right here, click on Flexbox, and probably now we are gonna insert some more, let's say, images, yeah, for the categories. Okay, so let's build a very complex layout. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is let's click and add a down facing vertical column. First thing I always like to do is to unlink these values and add some top margin of like 70. Then the next thing that we're gonna do, click on this plus, or alternatively I can copy this text right here and I can paste it in right here, and I can actually make it centered, and I go under content and I change its content to something like passion for fashion. Let's passion for fashion. Okay, so I'm gonna make it a little bit gray. Yeah, a little bit gray. So when I click on this globe icon, I can see some default colors. Yeah, then under read I can actually duplicate it. Yeah, then I can say something like show by categories, show by categories, something like this. Then I just make this purely black, and under font I make sure it's Poppins and I blow it up like this. Then apply a small letter spacing. I think that's okay. 0.5 was actually okay. And under this I'm gonna click on this plus icon. Then what I'm gonna do, I am gonna add a container under it. Then in this same container I'm gonna make sure the direction, it is important for it to be set to horizontal, because I want to add some horizontal boxes. Click on this plus icon and add another column. Okay, so we have this container. Let me minimize some stuff right here. So we have this container outside. Yeah, so we can name this maybe categories section, categories section. Yeah, so we have, when you expand it, you have the first heading, the second heading, then you have an outside container and an inner container. Yeah, so right here I'm gonna add an image. Okay, and I'm gonna drag an image and throw it in there. Then what I'm gonna do is, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on choose image, click on upload files, and I have some images right here. Yeah, so let me add this. Maybe I'll add this. Then let's say, can I copy this text right here? Or I can copy this. Let me copy this and sort of just place it under here. So I'm gonna click paste and make sure it's under this container right here. Then maybe I can call these t-shirts, right? So I can actually leave it to be right under here. Okay, I feel it's pretty cool. So let me just duplicate this one more time. So let me duplicate it actually let me just do it 2 more times so that you guys get the idea of what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so I'm trying to add these categories, yeah, different images. So I'm gonna click on this icon right here, change this image. Let me upload some more files. Probably I need about 3 more, so I'll use these 3 and upload them. And maybe I'll use this bugs image. What else? This cap image. I need 1 more, and maybe shoes. All right, this is cool. Right now it doesn't look as neat as I want it to look. Yeah, so one thing that you can do is you can click on this outside icon like this. Okay, then one thing I can do is under gaps, yeah, under layouts, yeah, we don't on the inner columns but the outer one. Okay, so under gaps I can unlink this to reduce the space. Then I go under advanced and also uncheck the padding. Okay, that's gonna give us something that looks quite a little bit better. Then I can reduce on the text of this, the font size of this text right here. So first I can actually make the colorless black like that. Then the typography poppins is just fine. The font can be 25. Then what we can actually do with this is we can make the font weight 500. Yeah, all right. So before actually we move on, let's take a look at how everything looks on mobile. So desktop and mobile for this section, I think it looks fine. All right, let's proceed. So now what I need to do is I can copy this text, copy this style and paste style right here, and paste the style right here, and paste the style right here. Okay, so this can change to bags, then this can change to caps maybe, or hats and shoes. All right, so let me minimize this to see how everything looks. Yeah, pretty nice, though we can do better. So let me click on this column right here, then go and advanced, and I'm gonna unlink the padding. Okay, so I'm gonna do this for all columns, and advanced, unlink the paddings, and advanced, come to padding, unlink the paddings, click on this one, go to column and unlink the paddings. Okay, so now I can give them default paddings by linking them again of, let's say, 2 pixels. No, not 20 but 2 is a little bit small, so let's make it 5 or 10. No, I feel like the sweet spot would be around 7. So instead of adding 7 everywhere, what we can do, I can actually copy this and I'll paste the style right here, paste the style again right here, and paste the style again right here. Okay, did I paste the style? Yeah, paste the style again right here. So that's how it's looking, a little bit better. So what else can we do? Let me show you a trick. Actually, we can move these text right here. Yeah, if you don't need it to be right here, maybe you want to place it on the bottom left corner. That is possible using the margin attribute. Okay, though it is sort of tricky, yeah, but let's try and do it anyways. It's sort of tricky. So you can apply, one way to do this is that we can apply a negative margin like this. Okay, then we can apply, for example, we can push it left or right. Yeah, we can also apply a negative sort of left margin until you get to a position where you need it, and sort of place it right there. Then you can copy this and just paste the style on each of these. Okay, and they'll get to look like this. However, this looks nice, but now you see the problems it's causing. Yeah, let's actually publish this, and this will refresh and it will look just fine. Yeah, but my problem is once you go to the desktop, sorry, the tablet, yeah, then things start to fall out of place. Okay, and once you go to the mobile, everything looks fine, yeah, actually, but then the tablet doesn't look nice at all. Okay, so you need to come right here and give it its own paddings. Okay, maybe for tablets they can just be right under. Okay, so I can copy and I'll paste the style, I'll paste the style, and I'll paste the style. So I'm afraid that these styles we've applied will override the mobile settings. Yeah, they would. Yeah, so but I'm fine with that. Okay, yeah, let's just keep it this way. I think it's a little bit simpler, though for the desktop they will stay like this. Okay, then for mobile they can be like this. So you guys can see now that our mobile display of the hero section doesn't look nice at all. It doesn't look nice at all. So what can we do here, guys? Yeah, what we can do is actually, even the logo looks too big, but we shall fix this at the end of the course. Yeah, so we can click on this icon right here of the container, and there's a huge padding on the left. So let's just unlink everything. Yeah, and then what I would like to do is click on this Best Summer Streetwear and sort of, I know, reduce the size of it. Yeah, something like this, and the size of this can also, actually let's maintain it, but click on this column right here. Then let's just apply, let's say, link these values, and let's apply like a 10 pixel padding around everything. So I think this looks just a little bit better. Yeah, then you can click on this section outside, come under style, then change the display size from cover to, let's say, auto. Yeah, it can look like that, or contain. I don't like that at all, but maybe we can do, let's do cover. Let's do cover. Then position, we can use custom. Okay, so with the custom position you can play around with the X and Y axis. Okay, so if I zoom in a little bit, yeah, we can move it to the left or to the right, just like this. So I think right here it would be perfect. The words would remain sort of visible. Yeah, something like this. So I'm totally fine with this. So these changes do not affect the desktop and they don't affect the tablet. They only affect the mobile. All right, so let's proceed. So now those two sections are done, the shop and the category. Now we need to handle one major thing. We haven't added any products yet to our store, but we're gonna do that. Okay, so now let's add a few sections, then we move on to creating our products. So right now I'm gonna click on this hats product, hats this plus icon right here. Then for this time, let me use, let's say, it can be actually one column. Yeah, I like to leave the top margin of, like, let's say 70. Yeah, then I'm gonna click on this plus icon, then I'm gonna add an icon box. Yeah, so let me drag this in over here. Maybe let me click on icon library and search for a track. Yeah, then click insert, and maybe let's say I'm offering free shipping. And we can say free shipping on all orders above 200, so maybe $200. So now once I'm done here, then I need to sort of style it. Okay, so I can go under style, and I can make the icon position to the right, to the left, or to look like this. Then I can center everything like that. Okay, pretty cool. So now what I need to do is that I can actually center align them or left align them like this. Yeah, but I believe this one works better for me. Then I can increase the spacing between the free shipping and the icon. Then I can also adjust the space between the content and the free shipping. Yeah, you get the idea. So now under content, I can style the title to be Poppins and watch the free shipping change to Poppins like that. Then let's make it 500, and the text size can be, I think, this big. That's pretty okay. Then the description, I want it color black. Under typography, I want it, under typography, I want it to be Poppins, something like that. So that's looking nice. Then I can change the color of the icon to something like red, but I'll keep it black for this case. All right, so I think that looks fine. Okay, so let me try something and see if it will work. Let me duplicate this and duplicate it one more time. Okay, so now I don't know why this is bigger than this. Okay, but probably we are going to figure that out. So click on this section container right here. Okay, then come under layout and change the direction from vertical to horizontal, and that's how it's looking, guys. Okay, so let's try to center this content like this in the middle of the page. Yeah, then we can click on this middle one, change this from like an icon to maybe like, let's say, headphones. Yeah, like this, headsets. And we can call this, maybe we offering dedicated support. What am I doing? This is supposed to be lowercase, dedicated support, right? Then what can we use it to describe? Maybe we can say 24-hour support, something like that. Then on this right one, we can let's see if we have any dollar. Yeah, this will do. And we can say money back guarantee. yeah, in case the people don't like our product that we're selling. And we can paste in some descriptions just like this. So let me get this text right here. Go under style, go under content. I feel like the typography for the title is rather too big. Yeah. Then the icon size, I also feel that it's too big. So let me keep it at that. Yeah. And everything now I think looks better. So let me just copy this and paste. Oh no, I wouldn't do that. I'll just paste the style right here, and I paste the style right here. So now I need some spacing between these these three elements right here. So there are so many ways to do that. Okay, so you can use the space around under justify content. You can use the space around just like this to space everything out, yeah, which I think is the easiest option. Or you can use space evenly, you can use space between, you can use end, you can make it center aligned or left aligned, but I think space between or space around is one of the best layouts. Okay, so I believe that that section is now just fine. So let's add one more section. Yeah, so I'm gonna click on this plus icon, a down facing arrow, vertical column, add a margin of 70 to the top. Yeah, pretty nice. Maybe since this is our last section, let's add a 70 to the bottom just to separate it from our footer. Okay, so now I want to copy this and paste it in right here. Maybe I'll call this something like stay up to date, something like that. And I want to copy this too. Yeah, you guys see how this is quite easy. And I'll paste it under here, and I'll call this what can I call this? Follow us on Instagram. Yeah, something like this. I don't like that. Yeah, I want to delete these guys. Let me actually undo everything, or I'll just right click and delete it. So I'll copy this again. I don't know why that was malfunctioning. Then I'll click paste. Okay, then instead of pasting it directly here, let me just paste my text right here. Yeah, follow us on Instagram. Nice. So under these followers, I want to add a container, right? It's gonna look like this. So right under here, like we did with this, I want to add what can we add? Let me first delete this. Actually, no, let's add a container right under here. So in this container, I'm gonna add another container. Okay, then I'm gonna add an image by clicking this plus icon and throwing in an image right here. Then let me choose the image that I want to add. So I'm gonna click on upload files, select files, then let me select 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me select 5 images. I think they should do the job just fine. So let's see what we have here. So let me add this first, and let me duplicate this column. Yeah, let me duplicate it one more time and duplicate it another time. So you guys see how everything now is flowing downwards, but I want it to be horizontal. Okay, so the trick is to click on this outer column and make the direction horizontal like this. So I can change this image right here to this. Then I can also change this to this image right here. Okay, then I can keep on duplicating them to as many different images that I would want. Right, so now I'm gonna add this and I'm gonna add this image right here. Right, hopefully this is it. All right, so now let me click on this outside column, and I want to remove, I think, the column gaps. So I'm gonna unlink this, go on advanced, and unlink the paddings. So I'm gonna click on this column right here for each image, and I'm gonna go on advanced and unlink the paddings here for each column right here. Then we see if everything is gonna match up the way I want it, because I don't want any column spacings in between. Right, so this is how it's looking, but I wanted it to sort of span the entire page here. So these are just some posts from our Instagram. So let's click on this section right here, then go to layout and change it from box to full width. Right, let's see what we get. It's still not spanning out everything. Yeah, there's a little space left, but I think that will, let's first publish it and we see how it looks actually on the real website. Yeah, there's some space to the right. Let me see. If I click on this and go under layout and unlink the column gaps, let's refresh that. All right, I think the spacing is in theme settings, yeah, but it still looks fine. Yeah, so we have the followers on Instagram, though I want to add some space. I feel like this is too close. Yeah, this is too close. So to add spacing, let me use the margin technique. So let me add to the bottom maybe 20 pixels. Should that do? Let me publish that and take a look at how it looks right here. So I believe, yeah, that looks better. That looks better. That looks better. So now, this is how our website is looking. The homepage is looking fine. Yeah. So let's add some products to it, because we don't have any products to this store. When you go to the shop section, there's absolutely nothing there. So let's go to our dashboard. Then what we are gonna do is we're gonna come to products right here, then click on all products. Yeah. And what we are gonna do, I am gonna show you how to create your first product. Okay, so let's say we want to create a jacket, yeah, and it's in the men's categories, or it's in the jackets categories. So all you have to do is to click on create product. Then the first thing that I always do is to give it a product name. And once I've given it a product name, I set the product description as I've showed you. I make sure that I set the prices, then I add my images, and yeah, the product will be complete. So now let's take a look at what we can do. So let me do a black coat, something like this. Yeah, then what I'm gonna do is to add a product description. And to add a product description, it's quite easy. So let me just paste this in. Yeah, and let's say it's 130, but I'm selling it at 70 bucks. Yeah, so I'm giving my customers a discount. Right, so this is a simple product, so you don't need, okay, let me just give you a quick tour. Okay, so general regular price, yeah, it's 130. So if it's on sale, then it's at 70. Yeah, but you can always change this. So under inventory, you can give it an SKU unit number, especially if you want to track inventory. And you can click on stock management, and every time stock is running low, for example, let's say we have 70 units. Yeah, 70 units left. Okay, then on the low stock threshold, if you have 70 units left, and maybe people buy this stuff and they reach 10 units left, So when 10 units are left, the website will send you an email notifying you that, hello, stock is running out, please restock this product. Yeah, so you can manage inventory, you can manage shipping under here. For example, if the length and width and height of this shirt is that and the weight is this, you can enable that. Yeah, you can add those details right here. Then under attributes and advanced, we're not going to take a look at that right now. Yeah, that's on my focus. So, but what I can do right here is I can add a product short description real quick. Yeah, so I'm going to show you how everything works. So over on the right hand side, let's add a product image. Yeah, and I'm going to click upload, select files, then let me select these three. Right, so once they are done uploading, what I'm going to do, I am going to select this as my main product image. Okay, so let me select this, and I'm going to go to product gallery, and I'm going to select the three of these to be used in my product gallery. Then I'm going to add a new category, and I'm going to call this jacket. So, and click add new category. So basically I would have created a product in such simplicity. So now this is how it's looking, right? Yeah, so you have the black code title right here. This is the product short description. I don't know, and I don't understand why it has much space right here. Then we have, it's saying hurry, we have only 70 stock left because we turned on stock management. Yeah, that's the reason this bar is right over here. So we have the description. I don't know why my descriptions are not displayed. Yeah, and that makes me wonder what's going on with this. Yeah, sometimes I don't know why. Let me just get some other text. Yeah, because every time I type in this text, my descriptions do not show. So let me get some dummy text from Lorem Ipsum. Right, so I'll check this out. You guys will find yourself using this Lorem Ipsum text. It's just basically dummy text that you can use on your websites. Yeah, it's a big thing in web development, I guess. Yeah, so let me update this product and refresh it once again. So now my product is, sorry, my description is, being displayed right now. Oh, pretty looking fine. You have the additional information. Actually, we can leave reviews. Let's say I give it this a 5-star review or a 4-star review, and I say I like the product. I like the product. Yeah, I can click submit, and my review will get added, and you guys will be able to see the reviews right here. So now I'm pretty comfortable with what I'm having or with what I'm looking at right here. And this is your first product, guys. So now I don't have the time right now to show you guys how to create so many products. Yeah, but what I can do, I have a website right here that I created in my previous WooCommerce tutorial. I'm gonna link it in the description. So if you go to my website, sorry, not my website, by my channel, and you come under videos, this video right here, I showed you how to create an e-commerce. I showed you how to create an e-commerce website like this. So I need to get these products that I used in this tutorial. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, let me log into that website back end. Okay, then I just want to fetch those products. Yeah, so I'm gonna log in, and I just log in one more time. It always does this. Yeah, so so let me go to products right here, and let me show you guys something Because if I visit the store of the website that I developed in that previous tutorial, yeah, it has a bunch of products, and we use the premium theme right here, as you guys can see. So it will take me so much time for me to create all these products one more time. Yeah, so what I can do is that I can come under products right here, and I will come under products, and I will just click export, and I'm going to export them as a CSV file. Yeah, as you can see, export products with CSV file, and I'm going to click generate. It's going to generate the file, and I'm going to download it. Yeah, and once it's downloaded, then I have to just close everything out of here, and I can come to my store that we are working on right now and click on import. Okay, so if you guys need this file, I think I can leave it for some time. Yeah, you guys can access this if you're watching this tutorial early on. Yeah, so I don't know why I clicked it. I clicked export, but let's go back. So under products, I want you to click on import. Yeah, then click on choose file, and this is the file that I downloaded, and click on import. So scroll down and click run importer, and this is gonna take a couple of seconds to import everything. Then the products will be added into our store. So now the products are done, so you can click on view products, and they have been imported to our store. So when we right click and say visit store, then you realize that all our products have been added to our store. Right, so now let's go back to, so this is our store. So let me just close all other tabs. Okay, so this is our store, and the products have been added. So I'm going to go back to home. Then I want to add a few products to our home page. Yeah, so let me just click with edit with Elementor. Then Elementor is going to open up. Meanwhile, as it loads, let me show you something. Go to Google and search for WooCommerce shortcodes. Yeah, and come to, maybe if you can view this, come to product shortcodes. Okay, then what's gonna happen, you can look through these, and we are gonna add some product shortcodes. So example product shortcodes. Yeah, now WooCommerce, Elementor has this thing, or WordPress, where you can use shortcodes to basically add some products, okay, to a page. Yeah, so let's see scenario. Okay, maybe you want to display the newest products first. Okay, so to accomplish this, you can use such a shortcode. So if you copy this and come right here, and maybe you want to add a section on top of this by clicking on this plus icon, clicking on this plus, this layout. Then under element here, search for shortcode and throw it in that. So you can paste in the shortcode you would have gotten, and this product will start to populate. Okay, so you have product limit, you can set it to 4. You can also change the column to maybe 5 if you need that, or even 6. Yeah, but I'd rather keep it 4. And these are the newest products. So on top of this, what we can do is probably, let's copy this text right here and sort of just paste it. So it's now to the bottom, but we can drag it and place it on top. I don't know why. Yeah, I need it like that. Sorry. Yeah, click on the section icon. You guys already know by now I'm a fan of the 70 pixel margin to the top. And we can say something like new arrivals. And let's see how that looks. Let's publish that and preview it in a new tab. And the new arrivals are looking just fine. Okay, just fine. Then maybe under it, yeah, maybe under this dedication, let's add some items that are on sale. Okay, so what we can do is that actually we can copy this, yeah, right under here. I can click the plus and click paste. Okay, then we can say maybe sell items. So we can go back to this product shortcode website and find some products that maybe are on sale here. So we can copy this shortcode and sort of click on these products right here and just paste in that shortcode. Yeah, so now you're going to view items that are on sale, right? So we had this jacket on sale, we had this product on sale, and this product on sale. So let's publish that. And right, this is looking fine. So we have some products right here, the new arrivals, the newest products, then we have some products on sale. But you know what, let's add one more product on sale just so we can fill up this space right here. So we can go to dashboard, we can come to products, and to make a product on sale, what we can do is, let's pick a product like this. We can click on edit here, and once we come to this section, as I've showed you before guys, we can change it from 40 to maybe like 35. Yeah, and once you're done, just click on publish. Right, so when you go to visit, oh god, let's go to visit site, and you'll find that this has been added. So you have this sale percentage right here, yeah, 4% off and all that, and you can always check out these items to see how everything is looking. Right, so now guys, that's how our website is looking. The shop page is looking like this. But now one more important thing before we actually leave is this sidebar. Yeah, we need to work on it, because when you take a look at the home page, I feel like now everything just looks fine with the home page, even on mobile. Yeah, everything is highly optimized for mobile. Yeah, it's looking fine. The home page is looking fine guys, but now we need to work on the shop page and maybe also the track order page. Yeah, if you're interested in that. So the track order is basically also a shortcode, the same way we applied products. If we press Ctrl F on to this product shortcode page, probably it's not here, but if we search for order tracking, it's not actually here. But let's search for WooCommerce shortcodes once again and click on this first link and press Ctrl F and search for order tracking. Yeah, so the order tracking form, this is the widget, sorry, this is the shortcode right here. Yeah, so you can easily click on edit page, and you won't need Elementor to do this. Yeah, but basically what you can do, you can click plus, then search for shortcode, then click on add shortcode and just paste in that order tracking shortcode, then click save. And once you click save, you can view the page to see how it looks, and this is how it looks. So someone can enter their order ID and billing email, and they click track, and they'll be able to view some information about their order. So this is how the dashboard is looking. So this is generated by WooCommerce. I haven't placed any orders yet, but soon I'll be placing a demo order. So let's take a look at the shop page, and we'll work on, actually let's first try adding a sidebar right here. Okay, so I want to leave, before I add a sidebar, I want to leave some reviews, some dummy reviews to these products. Yeah, maybe I would recommend something like this. So I just want to leave some dummy reviews on these products. Maybe this was a bad product, something like that. You guys will get why I'm doing this shortly when I'm creating the sidebar. Okay, so now let's go back to the home page and add a sidebar right here. So to add a sidebar, go to the dashboard. I'll close everything else, then come to appearance and come to widgets. All right, now we have the WooCommerce sidebar right here, but it's empty, as you can see. So to add some stuff onto it, what we can do, it's pretty simple. Yeah, so you can add the filter products by price attribute to the main sidebar by clicking on add widget. Then let's say you want search for some products. Yeah, so let's see if there's a product search kind of widget. Yeah, I don't see any. Yeah, so let's just leave that out. Then we can add filter products by rating. Yeah, you can add that widget, and you can add recently, or you can add recent product reviews instead of filter products by rating. Actually, let's first leave both of them. So the number of products to show, maybe we can have them to 4. Yeah, recent product by average rating, then product price. What else can we add? Yeah, so recent product what? Oh, these are recent posts. Let's see what we can add. Oh, we have the product search right here. We can add that. Okay, that would be cool to have on the website. So let's minimize this. So you can order them around if you want the search to come first. Yeah, the filter by price to come second, filter products by rating, reviews. So you can add another, let's say, product categories. Yeah, you can add that too. And yeah, this is how it's looking. Make sure you hide empty categories and click save. And I think, guys, that's pretty much it. So we can open the new tab, and this is how our website is looking. Okay, so we have the product categories right here. Let's go back to the widgets and check product categories. You can show product count and click save. Yeah, so if we refresh this, yeah, that looks better, but I don't like this at all. Yeah, the average rating, I'm gonna have to remove that. So to remove the products by rating, you can simply click delete right here. All right, and refresh this page, and this is how everything is looking. Pretty nice, right? So maybe you want to shift this sidebar from the right to the left. To do that, it's pretty easy. Let's go to the customizer and do that. So once the customizer is open, all you have to do is to look for some settings. For example, let's go to WooCommerce. No, I don't think we can manage the sidebar from WooCommerce, but probably, let's see. So let's go under shop archive. No, I don't think we can manage it from here, but let's go to layout. Okay, and sidebar. Yeah, you can scroll down. So this is the default, it's on the right. Yeah, but you can actually change it from the right by default to the left sidebar, and you'll have it looking like this. So when you publish this and you go and visit your store, so I'll click leave, you'll find that it's now looking like this, which I really fancy. Okay, that's looking fine. So I'm not going to tamper with so much settings right now. However, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna jump out of here, then I'm gonna go to WooCommerce under shop archive. There are a few things that we can do right here. Yeah, but I'm pretty fine with how everything is looking. However, one more change maybe I would like to do is with the product images. I would like to crop them to a 3:4 aspect ratio. Yeah, I think it looks better in my own eyes. And let's wait for that to load up. And yeah, this is how it's looking, guys. So the 3:4 aspect ratio kind of looks cleaner to me. Yeah, and when you go to the home page, the products you would have added should have that 3:4 aspect ratio. really looks clean. The website is looking very, 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 very professional, though we haven't actually made it, or we haven't customized it so much, yeah, because there are so much extra settings, yeah. So let's take a look at, for example, if I open up this product right here and I want to make changes to the way it looks, the product page, that's pretty simple. So you guys need to spend some time customizing these things, yeah. So when you go to the product single, and maybe you want to change how everything looks, okay, so you can start off with a general. I like to have everything turned on by default, okay. Then under product tabs, sorry, under product images, you can have them to the sides, you can have them under these, yeah, you can have them under, you can have them being displayed sort of like this, yeah. That's really up to you guys, whatever layout you would like. It's up to you, okay. So now you can go to product meta, you can enable the categories to be displayed right under here. That's up to you to remove. So the layout, you might want these reviews or the description to be in an accordion format, yeah, and with an accordion it looks like this, yeah. So the open first tab can be disabled, but you can place them actually in the product summary. So you move them from the bottom right here and you place them right under here, yeah. So you can open the first tab by default like that, yeah, or you can keep it minimized, yeah, depending on what you'd like, okay. So you can order them, yeah. So you can say maybe the reviews come first, yeah, then open this up, okay. Or you want to add some additional information. For example, let's say you want to add okay, the additional information is not okay. Let me show you the additional information on another product, because this is not looking fine. Maybe, hopefully this is a product that we first created. Does it have any additional information? Okay, the additional information is right here, okay. So this is what's going on right here. But if you want to add a tab, for example, let's say let's just say shipping, okay, and you want to add some shipping information. So let me just paste in some dummy text. For example, you want to say that maybe you only deliver after a certain number of days, or blah blah blah, something like that. That's really up to you guys, okay. So once you're done, yeah, this is how your product page, your single product page would be looking. So there are some extra settings where you can display related products. You can actually also display recently viewed products, yeah, like this. And the button add to cart, you can manipulate it, but I think this blue just looks fine, guys, okay. So we can jump out of, we can minimize all these, yeah, and I feel that the store really looks perfect, okay. So when we refresh, we have worked on the home page, really looking nice. We have worked on the product page and it's really looking nice and very, very, very professional, yeah. I've showed you how to reorder these in any way that you like it to have, to look, yeah. I've showed you how to add recently viewed products. I've showed you how to create your track order, yeah. Then your dashboard right here, so customers can manage their orders and downloads and all that stuff. So I've created an in-depth WooCommerce tutorial about creating the different types of products. So if I go to my channel, and I'm gonna link this video under the description, so we go to the videos tab, and if you check out this WooCommerce tutorial right here, I've explained everything, how to create products, how to set up coupons, how to set up discounts, and all the different types of products. You can check this out. It's really an in-depth tutorial about WooCommerce, yeah. So yeah, that's basically it. So one more thing I would like to do is to create a demo order, but to create a demo order I need to first configure a few things. So let's go to settings, yeah, of WooCommerce, under WooCommerce, under settings. you can fill in your store address and everything. Yeah, I'm not really gonna go deep into this. Yeah, but first then I'm gonna set up flat rate shipping. So maybe let's say the shipping zone, and I'm gonna set up a shipping zone. Maybe I'm gonna be shipping to the UK. Yeah, so I can search for United Kingdom right here, and I'm gonna click add shipping method. I'm gonna charge them a flat rate. For everyone living in the UK, maybe I want to charge $10 to ship there, and I can click and create. Yeah, and that would be fine. So I'm gonna click shipping again, and I'll be able to view the UK shipping zone. Then I'll also be able for, let's say, everyone, the rest of the world. Yeah, everyone that's not living in the UK. Maybe I want to add a shipping method and click flat rate and click on continue. And maybe I want to charge maybe $20. Yeah, so I'll click save and I'll be done. So under payments, you can enable WooCommerce payments, where you can receive payments through Visa, GPay, through MasterCard and all that. You can do a cash on delivery, or you can do a PayPal. Okay, so right now you can turn all these on, but I'll just use cash on delivery. So let me go to my store, right? Then maybe I'll add this product to the cart. Okay, and I'll add this product to the cart like that. Let me add this to the cart also, and add this to the cart, and I'll click checkout, and I'll fill in my information right here. For example, if all right, let me use this address and see if it will work. Okay, it's flat rate. They're going to charge me $20. I'll use cash on delivery. If I had enabled the WooCommerce payments in PayPal or Stripe, they would show up right here. Now let me click on place order. All right, added a district. Let me click on place order right now, and we see what is going on. All right, the order has been placed. Yeah, now because we've used cash on delivery, you'd be able to see your orders when you go to the dashboard and WooCommerce and the orders. Yeah, so I'll be able to view your orders. So right now it's under processing because it hasn't been paid for. Yeah, so anytime you receive the cash on delivery, if this was PayPal, it would be, automatically, complete. Okay, so you can change the status from processing to maybe complete and click on update. Okay, so there's a mobile app where you can manage all this. Yeah, but now when someone is on your website and they go to their dashboard, right, they can come to orders and they can view their previous orders. If they have made any downloads, they'll be able to view the downloads. Okay, so one last thing before you actually move. The store is perfect, the order, everything works out. We haven't created a footer for our website. Okay, now let's do that and we'll end this tutorial. So to create a footer in WordPress, yeah, and using the Astra theme, one way to do it is, let me close everything else and go to the dashboard. To create a footer, you need to create menus. Okay, so let me go to let's see, let's go to appearance and we go to menus, and we only have one menu right now. Okay, so let's hit on create menu. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit, just a little bit. All right, then we are gonna call this maybe the shop footer menu, shop footer. Okay, and we're gonna select footer menu, then we're gonna select create menu. Okay, so what we are gonna do, maybe we are gonna add let's say the shop page, the my account page. Let's say maybe you can add, what else can we add, guys? Maybe you can add the blog page and the track order page. What else? Under the footer menu, yeah, I think let's just add that. And oh, they didn't add. All right, no, let's do it again. Let's view all pages. Let's add the shop page. Yeah, we can add the my account page. We can add, what else can we add? The track order page. Maybe also let's add the blog and click on add to menu. So we can click save menu. Okay, so that's one menu that we've created. Okay, so let's create another menu, maybe for the support. All right, then what we are going to do is we're going to hit create menu, and let's just make it footer menu also. Check that. So for this support, maybe you want to add some support pages, for example the FAQ, the support, the terms and conditions. Maybe you can add the blog. Yeah, and how many pages are those? Those are close to 4 pages. Let me click add. Yeah, oh, I still messed up, I don't know why. So let's add the support, the FAQ, the blog, maybe what else, and the terms and conditions. Right, just click add to menu and click save. All right, so now they have been added. Let's create one more menu. Maybe you have the info menu. Yeah, and select footer menu and click on create menu. Okay, so maybe you wanna share some info. For example, you can have the home. So if you had the about us, if you had the FAQ, you can add the FAQ. Maybe also my account. Yeah, you can add a couple of pages. Yeah, whatever you'd like. Maybe let me just add all. Yeah, I'm just trying to demonstrate something, guys. Then click save menu. So you've created the menus, but that doesn't mean, if you take a look at our website and scroll down, it's looking like this. Not the best looking menu, but we can pimp it up. Okay, so one, we need to go now to the widgets. Okay, so we have the footer widget right here, but let's add close to 4 menus or 4 sections. Okay, so now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm gonna add let's see, I need to add some text here to the footer widget. So I'm gonna click add widget. So when I scroll up, then I can add some text here about my store. For example, I can say maybe Krista, you can blah blah blah, talk about my business. Then I can click on, for example, add media. Place the cursor right here and click on add media. Probably I can add my logo here, something like that. Then this text can come right under it. Okay, so I can make it different alignings like this. Yeah, depending on what you'd like. Yeah, so anything can do. Just always remember to click save. Yeah, then once that is done, I'm gonna minimize it. Then I want to add a menu. Yeah, so you can scroll down and look for navigation menu and click on add footer widget. So the menu that you're gonna select is gonna be first the shop footer. All right, let's call this shop and click on save. So once you've saved this, maybe let's reload this page and take a look at how everything is looking. So it's actually not displaying right, but let's complete it. Yeah, I'll show you guys. So we've added one navigation menu for the shop. Let's add another navigation menu still. Then we're gonna add one for support. Yeah, so we can call this support. All right, save that. Then let's add one more navigation menu and for the widget, and this one is gonna be for info. Okay, maybe you can call this info, give it a title of info for sure. Now when we refresh this, still no change, but let's go under customize and see if we can customize the footer from the customizer right here. So now let's scroll down, and what we are looking for is layout, and you're gonna come to footer, yeah, and change the widget columns, because under the under the appearance, under widgets, under the footer widget, we have created 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So we can come here and make it 4 columns. All right, so when you make it 4 columns, then it's gonna display right. Okay, so I'll remove this. Yeah, I don't need that, and I'm gonna click on publish. So once it's published, I can take a look at my site like this, and that's how it's looking, guys. That's how it's looking. So we have the logo, we have the shop section, we have the info section, but this is too long. So what I'm gonna do for the navigation menu, let's go to menus, and for the info menu right here, make sure info is selected. Yeah, let me remove some of these. Yeah, so maybe I wanna remove the shop, let me remove the support, and let's just keep it at that. And let's refresh the store, and we see, yeah, that looks better. My account terms and conditions, that looks better. So actually I can remove one more. Let's remove the blog. Yeah, save that and refresh. So that's how it's looking. So to remove these, yeah, one way to do that is that you can go under menus and then check this. Yeah, for the info, select the shop footer, select that, and make sure footer menu is not checked. And support, click on select menu and make sure the footer menu is not checked. So let's try and refresh that, then you realize that is actually gone. Okay, so that's how the footer looks on our website. Okay, so I've showed you guys how to create the footer, how to create this beautiful home page, how to add your logos, creating the header, creating the shop section that looks really neat. The track order, it's also looking really neat. The search icon is really working well. The dashboard, actually you can search for products. Yeah, if I search for shirt, yeah, and I hit enter, then it's gonna display images related to shirts. Okay, yeah, so the cart is looking fine, and that's all I had for you guys. Hopefully you've made a sense of how WordPress works. Okay, yeah, so thanks for watching, and I have more in-depth tutorials on my channel. I'll be leaving some of the most important tutorials that you can follow along after this. Yeah, so if you take a look at my channel, for example, one of the tutorials that you should watch is most definitely the WooCommerce tutorial. And once you're comfortable with that, I also have an Elementor tutorial that's gonna be upcoming. Yeah, I'm gonna be uploading it after I've created after I've uploaded this very tutorial. Yeah, but I have a tutorial that I created 5 months ago, but there's been an update on Elementor, but yeah, that's why I need to create another updated version. Yeah, so these 2 tutorials, I'm gonna link them in the description of the video, and you can start developing more complex websites. So thanks for watching, and catch you on the next tutorial.